of 7.205 billion shillings to facilitate leasing of medical equipment. It is a grant that is in its 7th year of implementation and proposes to increase from 6.205 billion shillings in the financial year 2020-2021 to 7.205 billion shillings in the financial year 2021-2022 to facilitate payment of lease amounts in respect to modern specialized medical equipment in at least 2 health facilities in each county government over the medium term. It is a sitting that will be presided over by the Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Justin Muturi. My name is Vereso Mwanga, and on behalf of the entire crew here, I welcome you to follow these proceedings brought to you by the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation in conjunction with the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit. Good morning.
Almighty God, who in your wisdom and goodness have appointed the office of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of the people, we beseech you to behold with your abundant favor, ask your servants whom you've been pleased to call to the performance of important trust in this republic. Let your blessings descend upon us here assembled, and grant that we treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country, and of those whose interests are committed to our church. Amen.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Order members, take your seats. I can see some who have already finished their morning sitting, going away. Honourable members, I wish to make the following communication. Pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 29 relating to the procedure for convening of special sittings of the House during recess, I wish to report to the House that on the 13th of March 2021, I received a letter from the leader of the majority party requesting that I convene special sittings of the National Assembly to consider certain matters. Having taken cognizance of the urgency of the matters so specified in the letter by the leader of the majority party, I acceded to the request to convene special sittings today, Thursday, 18th of March, 2021, commencing at 10 a.m. for the morning sitting and at 2:30 p.m. in the case of the afternoon sitting for purposes of A, tabling of the report of the Budget and Appropriations Committee on the first supplementary estimates for the financial year 2020-2021. B, tabling of any other papers and statutory instruments. C, transaction of the following business. Roman 1, notification of a motion for approval of the first supplementary estimates for the financial year 2020-2021. Roman 2, consideration of the motion for the approval of the first supplementary estimates for the financial year 2020-2021. Roman 3, consideration in second reading of the National Aviation Management Bill, National Assembly Bill number 18 of 2020. Roman 4, voting on the motion for second reading of the Division of Revenue Bill, National Assembly Bill number 7 of 2021. Roman 5, consideration in the Committee of the Whole House of the Division of Revenue Bill, National Assembly Bill number 7 of 2021. And Roman 6, consideration in third reading of the Division of Revenue Bill, National Assembly Bill number 7 of 2021. Honorable members, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 29, I did gazette the said special sittings of the House via the Gazette Notice number 2604 of 15th of March 2021. In this regard, the sittings of the House this morning and afternoon are properly convened. Honourable members, today's sittings come at a time when the country is witnessing a spike in the number of cases of infection of COVID-19 pandemic, as indeed stated by the Ministry of Health. In this regard, I urge honourable members to strictly adhere to the Ministry of Health protocols issued for prevention of the pandemic. In particular, honourable members are advised to observe social distance in the chamber and in the other facilities, strictly sit only in the designated places in the chamber, and avoid changing seats and close physical interactions. With respect to the use of the dining facility, I have instructed the Sergeant-at-Arms and the catering staff to ensure that not more than 2 members shall be permitted to occupy one table. May I remind the House that as leaders, we have a duty to join the concerted efforts of flattening the curve of COVID-19 pandemic infections in our beloved nation. I will be giving further guidance on this matter with respect to the sittings of the House and attendant protocols in the course of next week. The House is accordingly guided. And thank you, honourable members.
Order number 3, messages.
What is that? What is yes, Honourable Ishongwa? Where is your count? 8.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, for that communication, Honourable Speaker. And I thank you, Honourable Speaker, because I had intended to rise on that related matter. And as you've rightly said, Honourable Speaker, there is a very serious spike in COVID-related cases in the country. And I'm sure, Honourable Speaker, as the chair of the Parliamentary Service Commission, you're aware that quite a number of us, members of Parliament, and even staff in this House, have in one way or the other been affected by this pandemic and even been infected, Honourable Speaker. And it is indeed a matter of grave concern, especially looking at the way we conducted ourselves last week on Thursday, Honourable Speaker, both here and at the members' lobby. It is indeed a matter of concern. And I was wondering, Honourable Speaker, as much as you've said you will be giving communication maybe next week on observance of the health ministry protocols. Honourable Speaker, you remember last year when this pandemic came in, we had very stringent measures, both within and outside the chamber. But these measures, Honourable Speaker, seems to have been relaxed. You realize, Honourable Speaker, if you walk out at the parking lot, both at the members' lobby and even within the precincts of Parliament, Honourable Speaker, a lot of these protocols have been relaxed, Honourable Speaker. Last week, Honourable Speaker, His Excellency the President, in furtherance of these health protocols, Honourable Speaker, did institute a ban on all political gatherings, Honourable Speaker. And you realize all these are politicians, Honourable Speaker, seated in this House, and this may constitute a political gathering. And I'm not saying, Honourable Speaker, that we should be tear-gassed in the House, as it happened in Baringo County Assembly. There is already a precedent. But we must be in the forefront, Honourable Speaker, in leading in observance of all the health protocols. And indeed, I want to ask you and challenge the Parliamentary Service Commission, Honourable Speaker, and I say this with due respect to you as the chair of the Parliamentary Services Commission, Honourable Speaker, that we seem to have thoroughly relaxed on observance of these protocols, right, as you said, from the dining, in the manner we sit, in the chamber, Honourable Speaker. You remember we had sergeant-at-arms in white overcoats sanitizing our desks and the microphones we use and all these gadgets here. You may realize in the last few months that has since been relaxed. At least today I see one sergeant-at-arms in a white overcoat, but I have not seen him sanitize anything. But I see them very quick to sanitize the speaker's seat if you happen to leave and the deputy speaker is coming to sit. But I want to insist, Honourable Speaker, that we continue to observe these protocols, even as we extend our sympathies to those of our colleagues who have been infected and or affected in one or the other. And Honourable Speaker, I was also begging your indulgence. You realize, Honourable Speaker, that as an East African community member, we have lost a leader of a friendly nation, and not just a neighbor, but a neighbor that is a friendly nation, Honourable Speaker. And I wanted to seek your indulgence, Honourable Speaker, to allow members to convey their condolences to the people and the Republic of Tanzania, Honourable Speaker, if you may allow us, because being a friendly country, Honourable Speaker.
Honourable Chongwa, you are jumping the gun. There's already a program for that. There is obviously, what you are saying is correct, but given the arrangement for today, we want that to happen at 2:30.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
We give members sufficient time to express.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Then I will just conclude by asking you, Honourable Speaker, as chair of the Parliamentary Service Commission, Honourable Speaker, and also as a ranking member of the Members' Welfare Committee, that you do ensure or cause the Parliamentary Service Commission to ensure that there is proper observance of all COVID-related protocols in the House. Honourable Speaker, it may even be necessary. Maybe, and I say this with respect to the House Business Committee, Honourable Speaker, and I know there is a lot of important business pending before the House. There are the three bills that we have today, the Division of Revenue Bill, the National Aviation Bill, and the Supplementary Appropriations Bill, which hopefully we can quickly pass today, Honourable Speaker. However, Honourable Speaker, beyond today, as you say, we were bound to resume next week. we may need to also relook into our calendar, and I want to beg, Honorable Speaker, that we relook into our calendar, and that's why I was speaking about the gathering that we are in here, maybe to relax our calendar in terms of the number of sittings and the days we sit, as we did last year, at least for this season, between now and the time the first supplement, the annual estimates are tabled towards the end of April, Honorable Speaker, we may consider altering our calendar so that we also give ourselves the time that you're asking to be able to help the country in reducing the spread of this pandemic, Honorable Speaker. And I want to really ask you also, as a chair of the House Business Committee, Honorable Speaker, that maybe as we retreat after today's sittings, you may consider relooking at our calendar to be away, at least between now and the time the supplementary estimates are tabled. And I know, Honorable Speaker, we changed our calendar only last week to allow ourselves to be able to come back next week to debate the BBI bill, or the BBI bills, the constitutional amendment bills. But, Honorable Speaker, life and our health may be more important than BBI, Honorable Speaker. And I say this with a lot of respect to the promoters of BBI, that BBI can wait. Your health, my health, your life, our lives cannot wait, Honorable Speaker, and I really want to bless that.
I thought you rose on a point of order. Now you appear to be debating so many things.
I rest my case, Honorable Speaker.
You know, and honourable members, let me just give this guidance. If you rise on a point of order, please make sure that you just deal with what you think is a matter of order. Because now you have covered so many topics, including what House Business does, what Parliamentary Service Commission will do. Now, catering, social gatherings, and you see, you started by indicating that this is also a political gathering. And I allowed you to make the mistake so that I can correct you, that this can never be affected by the directives by the President about, because this is called the third arm of government. It cannot be the subject of directives about when to sit and when not to sit. It decides and determines its calendar. When we first started, when the pandemic broke out in the country, you recall, through advice from the Ministry of Public Health, Ministry of Health, through their Department of Public Health, the sitting arrangement was such that the chamber only accommodated 66 members. After some time, they reviewed that and increased the sitting capacity to 112. But sometimes I don't know whether members don't read. They don't read the labels. Sit here. Even those people who went up to class 3 would be able to read this. So I would expect members of Parliament here surely to be the first ones to be able to read. Sit, those simple ones, just 7 letters. Sit here. So that if you find yourself sitting where it is not so labeled, then you are in violation. You can see, yet there are so many sitting spaces. There are so many empty sitting spaces. I know there are some, of course, who are finding it very inconveniencing, but we've got to allow the inconvenience to happen for the time being. I know there are some who like sitting next to certain members and they feel uncomfortable when they sit next to others. Like which one? Like the Honorable Millie Odhiambo, because she came late, she now has to sit far away from where she normally sits. But obviously, honour members, we have to live in with these times as they are. And not the issue about the number of sittings is already under discussion, Honourable Ishongwa, and we will be making an appropriate decision. But remember also, that decision has to be made. The proposition could come from the House Business Committee, but the decision will be the House itself. The House Business Committee cannot impose on the House. It is the House to make the decision. How many number of sittings, from what time to what time, how many people, and that's the number of people will be determined by the technical advice from the Public Health Department. But I think the past point which the Honorable Ishongwa raised is a very pertinent one. And I did allude to it last week, honorable members, when I said in passing that we must appreciate that there is a spike. There is an increase in the number of cases. And when you look around and you don't see some of your colleagues, that should tell you, should suggest to you that all is not well. And we obviously continue to pray for them to recover quickly. We've also had a spike within the staff. And as I'm saying this, you can see the member for Imenti North is not listening. You can see how actively he is. The Honorable Caleb Kostan, even if you took the vaccination, if you are vaccinated yesterday, please help us to navigate through this period. So all those matters the Honorable Ishongwa has raised are matters that are being actively considered. Like I've said, with regard to the passing on of the President of the United Republic of Tanzania, it's a matter that we have programmed to allow members to express themselves on today at the afternoon sitting. Let me also say this. In accordance with my communication, part of the reason why we had this sitting, as I've explained, was to get the report of the Budget and Appropriations Committee with regard to the first supplementary for the year 2020-2021. And thereafter, they are supposed to table their report, after which the chairperson is supposed to give notice of motion. I have relaxed the standing orders to allow, because I'm told that there's been consultations happening throughout the last, I think, 5 days, extending to this morning. I'm aware. I may not sit in those committees, but I'm always briefed. I'm aware that there are those consultations. So the chairperson is going to be given up to 1 p.m. to table that those first supplementary and give notice, failing which then they shall be deemed not to have been tabled and will not be formed part of the business for the afternoon. We must go by our own rules. So if the chairperson and his team, if you don't table and give notice before 1 p.m. today, then you can consider that as having been skipped, so to proceed to other business. But I'm told that this work being done on those lines, following the various consultations that have been happening. What are all these interventions? I hope it's not about the passing on of our... Yes. Next order. Let me go to next order. We're at order number 3.
Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Leader of Majority, you have to table some papers.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House. Today, Thursday, March the 18th, 2021, in a morning sitting. 1, reports of the Auditor General and financial statements in respect to the following institutions for the year ended 30th of June 2019 and the certificates therein in respect of, one, the University of Nairobi, and two, the Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology Enterprises Limited. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, perhaps I would have wished to also lay another paper on the status of disbursement of CDF. So with your indulgence, I could brief members on where we are. Honorable members, you may remember.
Proceed.
Thank you. Honorable members, you may recall that we had a rather candid discussion on Thursday, for which I appreciate the sentiments of the members, and because the message got to where it needed to go. And as a result of that, we had a meeting with the Treasury on the Friday, assisted greatly by your interventions on Thursday, and we managed to get some commitments on a number of things. And number one was there was 6 billion that had been disbursed from Treasury to the CDF board, which had not been disbursed to the constituencies. And we made a decision that that money must move from the board to the constituencies. And members will have noted that between the first disbursement of 4 billion was made on Monday, the second disbursement of 2 billion was made on Tuesday, and hence, by now, 6 billion has already hit the bank accounts. I've also been following, and I've had sample tests on a number of the constituencies, and I've actually confirmed that now the list as provided by the CDF board in terms of the status of the disbursement for 2020-21 has actually hit the banks of the constituencies. Well, the other thing, now, if for some reason your constituency, instead of me reading the whole list for the 290, the list will be available so that I did circulate it on our regular wall, and I can tell you, I have checked and I can confirm that on all the ones I've tested, and my training is audit. So on a sample basis, depending on which constituency, because different constituencies have different amounts. But, so I can confirm on one, for those who have not checked with their fund managers. But the important thing to note, and I think let's agree, we move in stages. We had an allocation of 41.71 billion for this year. That is what is in the budget. As you all know, money cannot be paid from Treasury unless it's in the budget. So we have 41 billion in the budget. Out of that 41 billion in the budget, 28 billion has been disbursed. 28 out of 41 has been disbursed to the board. So, and this week, as of tomorrow, another 2 billion will be disbursed. Next week, another 2 billion. We have agreed that every week there will be a 2 billion disbursement by Friday of every week until April. The third week of April, then the 41 will have been liquidated. And then today, let's go slowly. You know, the law has a certain timeline as to when money is supposed to be disbursed. And the law was made by this House, right? You don't disburse money ahead of its needs, yeah? So, and I think that's what we need to figure out. So, by 8th of April, by that week of April, the 42 billion will have been disbursed. And then, we have also agreed with the Treasury. You may remember the supplementary estimate that came here first had a reduction of CDF at 10 billion. That has been reinstated. And in addition, the 13.718 billion, that had not been included in relation to the 2019-2020 financial year has now been agreed and has been featured, and you'll see it in the supplementary as an amendment to include it in the supplementary. Once we approve that, that amount will be disbursed from the 4th week of April, May, and the 3 weeks in June, so that by the 3rd week of June, we should have received 54 billion shillings as CDF. And that is something we have committed, Treasury has committed in writing, and I'll be following that. If it doesn't come, hold it on me. Okay? Okay? Now, the next item we also need to do is I'm hoping, and I want to work with the CDF committee, that even as we get money from Treasury to the board, we also need to make sure that money is moving from the board to the constituencies. Now, when I discussed with the board, they say the reason it's not been moving is because members have huge balances in their constituency accounts. No, partly, there are some constituencies. Let the truth be told. It's true. There are some constituencies with huge balances. It's true. So
he's on a point of order also. No, I'm not giving you. Just relax.
So let's agree. So what we need to do with the 20 million that has been sent between Monday and yesterday, I want to encourage members to utilize as much as possible so that we can now pull the amount going to the board, then we pull it to the constituencies. Because so long as the money is lying in constituency accounts and you have not done the returns and the requisitions, the board will be sitting with the money instead of taking it to where it's supposed to be to stimulate economic activities at the constituency level. So I think, honorable members, you know what also happened. Because we did not have 13.7 billion included in supplementary estimates earlier, what the board in its wisdom did is they used part of the 28 billion to pay for constituencies that had arrears. And just for your records, for the year 2019-2020, arrears of 15.67 billion has been disbursed out of the 28, which was meant for this year. Another 742 million was also disbursed in respect of arrears for previous years, right? Because there are members who have not claimed their monies for previous years. So if you look at, we are talking of 16.4 billion shillings that related to the 41 for this year has been paid to cover arrears for previous year. Yet, of course, we have not authorized it. So we have to do it within the framework of 223, so that first of all, we ratify that and also top up our money to reinstate our money for this year to 41, because part of it has now gone to previous years. If you don't do that, obviously, we will remain within 41. And 41 will have to be divided between what has gone in arrears and the balance for this year, which we have now agreed, and Treasury has seen the light and said, yes, we'll give you back your money, the 13, and pay it all this year. So I just want to report that because you requested me to do it on Thursday, and I believe we've done our bit, and I want to thank the whip who accompanied me, chair of budget, and the other leaders we worked with to discuss this matter with Treasury and ensure that your money for CDF is protected. And I think what we need to do is, from now on, like I said, let us expedite the operations at the constituency level, because the money coming for tomorrow and the money for next week, that 4 billion is the equivalent of 13 million per constituency, which would now sustain operation for another 2 weeks. And if we continue that way, there will be enough cash flow moving between now and the end of the year, and everything will have been funded by the 3rd week of June, based on the calculations that we have done. So I just want to report that we've made good progress, and I'll continue pressurizing for the money to move from Treasury, as you pressurize for the money to come from the board to the constituency. So I don't become the chair of CDF committee. Let me be the debt collector from Treasury to the board. And then you help me from the board to the constituency, and from the constituencies to the 190. Thank you very much.
So are you tabling that? Are you tabling that document?
Yeah, Honourable Speaker, with your permission, I can table it so that members can be able to see how much each of their constituencies has received as of now, and it's in 3 columns. The first column is 2020-2021, and that money should tally with what has been disbursed in respect to that. The second column is what was sent for the 1920 arrears. The third column is what was sent for previous arrears, and then you have the total in terms of actual cash that has moved between 1st of July last year to Tuesday this week. You should have that, and your fund managers should be able to confirm. And on a sample basis, I know we've tested, and the money has actually moved. And it accounts for the entire 27 billion 150, and 850 has gone to the board for the operation. So the entire 28 billion from Treasury has been accounted for. And we'll continue monitoring as we go on. And with those, I beg to table.
Now, honourable members, this is not a debate. This is a problem. And, please, when you understand the rules, you find it very easy to operate in the chamber. Now I can see some raising hands up. I don't know what. This is just, I want this document to be tabled so that as we know, ordinarily we do our work. Then sufficient copies can be produced so that each member that desires to look through and raise issues at whatever time you are able to raise. But don't begin now to make this the debate. Let the paper be tabled, raise the issues after you have gone through, because then you'll be able to raise the issue. And I'm just wondering, where is the chairman? CDF Select Committee. Dubai. No, honor members, honestly. Honorable Kimunya, can you sign this paper so that it gets some ownership? Otherwise, it will look like something collected from the streets.
Honorable Chair, I'll be very happy to sign it. I'll take responsibility for its accuracy. And as a follow-up, I've just been given information that the 2 billion for this week was disbursed last night, and it's in the process of also moving. So things are moving.
No, honour members, there's nothing to, those of you who want to unless you have a point of order that is not related to that. Don't ask me about this, because, I don't sit in the CDF committee. In fact, I have no intentions of ever sitting there. Ever. No, I don't want to. Honorable Koech, I can see you are banding with a point of order. What is it?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's important then that we understand. Since this matter was brought up last week, and we were given time for the government to consult with the leadership, there has been a communication circulating on our WhatsApp group indicating that the leading, at least 38.7 million has been disbursed this far. What we need to know, Mr. Speaker, is exactly how much and what is the schedule of payment of the balance. That is what is important. All these figures, because it is important, even as we fight in COVID, all this money that we need at the moment is to build classrooms to enable students to have social distancing in school. by mid-May, the systems are closed. So we must be very accurate on the information that is being given in this House. It is not enough to mention and to circulate a message on WhatsApp. We want to know where it's originated, who is the author.
Now, again, you are missing the point. The reason why I've allowed for that document to be tabled is so that you can now, I'm not dealing with WhatsApp. As you can see, I don't have a phone.
Who is the author of this letter? Is it the majority leader of this document or the Treasury?
Honorable Koech, he is saying he is actually signing it to own it, to authentic, to actually give. No, it's not about having power. I mean, what? Now you want? I do not know who has power. You raise issues here. Unless you are not in the chamber that day, issues were raised here, and he was given the assignment to go and try and understand, get where we are, and that's what he has been reporting on. As you can see, the person who should be tabling the document, I hear from some members, he's in Dubai. Yeah? So maybe then if you want to check about accuracy, you have to fly to Dubai. Maybe that's what some members have said. So the Honorable Kimunya is actually stepping in as an agent of necessity. Yeah? He's stepping in as an agent of necessity because there is some vacuum. You know, especially with regard to what you have said, Honorable Koech, about the accuracy. Get a copy of this document. Look about what is shown again is your constituency Belgut, yeah, and then you can raise. I allowed time later for members to raise issues about accuracy. So the Honorable Kimunya then, who has laid the document and has signed it to own it, then can respond. But as of now, if we start now saying, oh, there was something on WhatsApp, then something will be on Twitter, then something will be on Instagram. Now, Honorable Koech, as you know, and I know you are a man who likes the following procedure. There will be nothing for us to debate. So, good point you've raised, but let's now get the document so that you can now, you can critique it, you can show the inaccuracies in it based on facts. He says that the document is accurate, so you hold him to that fact, isn't it? Very well. One of members, let's not until maybe sufficient copies have been made. Let's not deal with this. No, let's not deal with this. No, not on this. Because now, have you read the document? Or you are going to tell me something on Instagram? No, let me defer to the immediate former chair of Finance Committee, the Honorable Limo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in fact, I'm rising to just say this, Mr. Speaker, that this is a house of order, and we use records and practices before, Mr. Speaker. I know the issues which were raised last week, Mr. Speaker, if these issues could have been tackled the way we have always tackled previously, when there is a mood in the House, Mr. Speaker, we could not be at this. Because I sympathize with you, Mr. Speaker, that you are now being dragged to even get involved in trying to cool the House, because the mood here is what the members are bringing from the ground, where the members of the public are in dire need of the finances. However, majority leader has tried, but he has not done it as per the practice, Mr. Speaker. You know, when there is an issue in this House, we have always had a bipartisan conversation where all of us are called for Kamukunji, we thrash them out, we come here as one, because we are not opposing the division of revenue. But we are actually expressing ourselves to the fact that the government has not been very serious about dispersing the CDF. Because even majority leader has tried his best to explain how it is being dispersed. As finance experts here, we are also aware that the government disperses what they collect, and therefore we look at the time. When we look at the time, we are 75% of the time, and we should be at 75% of disbursement, which if we work at the figure, Mr. Speaker, is around 90 million. So what we should have done, so that we don't involve the Speaker here, we should have had a kamukunji, we discuss, and then when we come here, we pass all the other bills without this acrimony. We will be using our mind to express ourselves in one way or the other, but objectively. Right now, we are still trying to bring our mind together, but it cannot be about how much has been dispersed. Mr. Speaker, I could have actually urged my friend, Mr. Kimunya, that you are a good leader. However, you need to learn from your even predecessor, Mr. Aden Wale, Honorable Dwale, where he used to really ensure that he brings all the members in one mind, that we discuss it in a kamukunji or even in other forums, but not really this, what your Speaker is calling WhatsApp and all that. We need to see each other face to face, and that is it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Now that you want to see each other face to face, and most interestingly, I can see you are looking at each other face to face. Well, honourable members, I do know, I appreciate that you've been exchanging. Member for Tharaka?
7. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, sir, indeed we have some agreement between ourselves. And the business we are coming to transact is very important business. May I pray and move that you give us some 30 minutes. The House rises 30 minutes to 1 hour. We have a conversation between ourselves. Then we come back and transact the important business on the order paper. So 30, yeah, then we finish, and provided we have assurances, which assurances we don't seem to trust now, but maybe it will become slightly better when we meet face to face. So 1 hour, 30 minutes to 1 hour.
Now, you know, honour members, it said that you don't want to read the document which has been tabled, or many of you are not sufficiently literate in that field. It has been signed and owned by somebody. You continue. No, the Honorable Kimunya has said that you hold him to account on for its accuracy. No. Honour members. No, is it? Now there's now even today you must have your mask on, so you cannot be seen when you are without it. However brown you may look. Member for West Mogirango, is it? Honorable Kemosi. Yeah?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. I have keenly listened to the leader of majority, Honorable Speaker. He has really tried to explain, but I want to say that he has fallen short of expectations of the members of this House, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we have only 3 months to finish this financial year. We have only received that 6% of the allocation which we are supposed to receive, Honorable Speaker. We've been bashed in our various constituencies, Honorable Speaker, for failure to issue bursaries. Members of the public in our constituencies don't understand that this money is being held by the Treasury. The leader majority coming to explain in this House, Honorable Speaker, to me is adding more insult, not only to the members of this House, but the public at large. Honorable Speaker, I want to say that the promise we were given last week and the money that we have since received is not enough. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, the mood of this House is that we can even seek for more time so that we build consensus. These members are very emotional.
Now, just a minute. You have no capacity to talk about that. I can see you are emotional, but don't say it about the others.
Honorable Speaker, I stand guided, but I conclude by saying, Honorable Speaker, that even the disbursement which was done, it was skewed, it was not done in an equal way. Some constituencies have received about 45 million. Some of us, we have received 30 million. They should explain which formula they are using to give some constituencies more money, whether some constituencies are more super than others, while others are inferior. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Chair of Budget, what's your point?
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. And I would beseech members to just listen for a minute. Honorable Speaker, when this issue of CDF came to the floor of the House, I caused a meeting between my committee, the Committee on CDF and Treasury, and also CDF Board. Mr. Speaker, we were informed that time that Treasury had disbursed 26 billion shillings. And they also gave us the time frame and also that by the end of April, they will have exhausted the 41 billion shillings. Mr. Speaker, there are members here, and we have also to be very candid and honest. There are members here who between July 1st of last year, which is this financial year, up to Tuesday, who have received in excess of 100 million shillings. Yes, that's a fact. Mr. Speaker, let me explain. Because these are facts. Order. No. Mr. Speaker.
Let him explain.
Mr. Speaker, let me explain. Let me explain. Let me explain, because figures do not lie. Figures will speak for themselves. Mr. Speaker, that's a fact. It is, of course, the CDF board which had the discretion to disburse funds. Treasury, up to yesterday, up to today, they have disbursed 30 billion out of 41 billion shillings for this financial year. Honorable Speaker, I will seek for your protection, because basically these are facts. And Treasury, it's good to listen. The truth will always set you free. Treasury has indicated, and they have lived true to their promise, that each and every week they will be disbursing 2 billion shillings. And cumulatively, Mr. Speaker, they have said by the 30th of April, they will have disbursed 41 billion shillings. In this supplementary that I'll be tabling later in the day, we have included the 10 billion shillings that was slashed, and also the arrears, 13 billion shillings, which was not disbursed in the last financial year, Mr. Speaker. And the 13 billion shillings could not be disbursed without us appropriating that money. And that is what we have done as a committee. So we have put it in the supplementary budget. Mr. Speaker, that money could not be disbursed without us passing that. So, Mr. Speaker, it's a question of fact, it's a statement of fact, Mr. Speaker, and I want to say as facts are. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that my committee has considered that, we have appropriated it, we have put it, and the supplementary that we are bringing, Mr. Speaker, will include the arrears. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Now, honour members, you know, there has been a request for, which as you know, we can do. We can suspend business. There has been that request. We can suspend business. It's within the standing orders. But even if that were to happen, honourable members, and then you don't listen to one another, what will you go to do? Will you go to Akamukunji where everybody is shouting at one another? Honourable members, so there is need for us to listen to one another, so that even if we are to suspend business, there is you will be going to engage in an exercise that will be fruitful. You know, I'm surely to listen to one another is not asking for too much. Honorable Nyamita, you appear to be, is it Nyamita? Honorable Nyamita? Yes, what is you appear to, yeah, but honorable members, see, you know the usual things. If we hear one person from this side, we hear another on the other side. So when somebody has spoken from this side, and then many of you are rising, you are unable to sit because you want to catch my eye will not catch you. So,
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. I just wanted to clarify, and I agree with you that even if we were to break, then it's important that we listen to each other. I have heard the majority leader, and I've also heard the chair of budget explain to the members the issue of the CDF. And I think, Mr. Speaker, one of the points that is not coming out clearly, which probably members need to understand, is the following. At the close of the last financial year, that is the year 1920, before this financial year, before 2019-2020, at the close of that business, at the close of that financial year, the CDF board had not released about 14 billion shillings. So when we went into the budgeting cycle for 2021, which is the current financial year, we budgeted for CDF for this financial year without taking into consideration the arrears of 14 billion. So that was one of the things that escaped all of us here. And I think probably it was not brought even by the CDF board. So what the members need to understand is that indeed we went into this financial year with a whole of 14 billion for the previous financial year. So when we came into this financial year, the total allocation for CDF, Mr. Speaker, was 41 billion. But that 41 billion, if even it were to be disbursed as a whole as of today, we will still be having the whole of 14 billion for the previous year. So, Mr. Speaker, this is what happened. There are members in this particular house, for reasons that they know. I'll tell you, for example, Honorable Millie had arrears for previous years. So when we received money for this financial year, Honorable Millie has confirmed to us that she received as a lump sum about 62 million. 69 actually. She received 69 million. So this is essentially what happens. So when you listen to Honorable Limo say that we should be, just allow me time, when you listen to Honorable Limo say that we should have received 75% of the money, out of 41 billion for this year, 30 billion has been released, which essentially is that about almost 70%. However, Mr. Speaker, the gap of 14 billion, Mr. Speaker, if this House does not pass the 14 billion, I am also affected by CDF, by the way. If we do not pass the 14 billion extra, which is a contention that even some of us had, we even sent the CS Treasury that if it does not cater for the 14 billion in the supplementary budget, then we will not pass even the budget. Because even if we were to pass the budget as it is, it will mean that by the end of the financial year, 41 billion would have been released, but we will still be short with that 14 billion. So, honorable members, the reality is the reason why even the budget committee sent away the CS is because he hadn't included the 14 billion, which was the arrears, which has since been included in the supplementary budget that is going to be tabled here. So the issue that probably we need to be clear about is that 14 billion plus now the 11 billion that is remaining of this financial year, which will bring it to about 25 billion, is we need to have a clarity, and I think that is what has been, how it is going to be spread in such a way that before the end of this financial year, we have received the whole amount for this year and the arrears for the previous year. I submit, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Sankok, what is
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I think I will bring in the voice of reason since I don't have CDF. So I will be very independent and objective in my own contribution, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, if I see the order paper today, we are supposed to discuss very important motions like Division of Revenue and Aviation Bill, Honorable Speaker, and I don't see how it is tied with CDF, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I think we should actually move forward, Honorable Speaker, and prosecute the mandate that brought us here, Honorable. What does it mean, Honorable Speaker? Does it mean that if there is no CDF, we will not pass these other very important motions? Or does it mean that if there is CDF, are we prosecuting our business based on the importance of the motions and bills? Or is it, so we don't need time to go and negotiate? We only need to prosecute business that is in front of us, Honorable Speaker. Because even if we go and negotiate, Honorable Speaker, does it mean that CDF is a bribe, or is it tied? So, Honorable Speaker, let us prosecute the important business. Does it mean that this business will only become important if CDF is put into account? So is it important?
Honorable Sankok. Honorable Sankok.
Yes, Honorable Speaker.
Now you've been heard. You know, honour members, you know, I wish, let us all appreciate that there are members here who represent single-member constituencies, there are others who represent entire counties, there are others who represent special interests. All of them, all of you are members of Parliament and members of this House and have equal right to speak. It's therefore not right to say that he doesn't understand about CDF. He might not understand, but you know, those of you who understand about CDF, then have an obligation to also lecture him a bit. You know, he will understand about CDF. Honorable Amin. Honorable Amin.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And I want to speak on behalf of the greater majority of the members of Parliament in this House. Honorable Speaker, it is fair to give a true picture of the current disbursement which has been ongoing for this financial year, which started on 1st of July 2020-2021. Honorable Speaker, I want to confirm that last financial year we had an arrears of every constituency, minimum constituency, of 17 million shillings per constituency. So we had an outstanding payment of projects which were due to be paid in that fiscal year of 17 million shillings. In this fiscal year, which we are ongoing, we had a total disbursement of 36.4 million shillings, which amounts to only 26% of the entire disbursement of this fiscal year 2021. While this government is taking keen interest to disperse and give revenues to the counties, the members of Parliament in their respective constituencies which are doing critical services, particularly in the disbursement of bursaries, for construction of schools, for compliance to COVID, those attention has not been given as desired. So, Honorable Speaker, it is the concern of these members of Parliament in unison to make sure that there is disbursement of nearly 80% of the total CDF disbursement to all members of Parliament prior to undertaking any other further education on the revenue allocation, the supplementary budget, and that is
Now, honor members, I know some of you could be very good addressing mobs. Please, you are addressing your colleagues. There is no need for emotions. The fact that the member for West Bugirango talked about emotions now it looks like he had seen the Honorable Amin. I think that's the member he had noticed who was going to be emotional. Please, there's always room for people to put their heads together and reason together. There is nothing that is insurmountable in this discussion. I am told that the former chair of the CDF committee, who is holding brief for the current chair, the Honorable Lesonet, as some update.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. And Mr. Speaker, you have said it correctly. I used to chair the CDF committee of this House, Mr. Speaker, and it was the wisdom of the membership of this House that this time round I remain a member, Mr. Speaker, of the CDF committee. And Mr. Speaker, I'm standing in for the chair who is not in today. And I just wanted to give the House a small brief, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, in this brief, there is no constituency for the funds for this financial year, Mr. Speaker, which has received 100 million, like I heard a member say, that there's a constituency which has received 100 million. None, Mr. Speaker, has received 100 million for this financial year, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there is a very long list of constituencies which, because of the arrears of last financial year, Mr. Speaker, the 14 billion shillings alluded to, did not receive their funds. We have a constituency, Mr. Speaker, like Ainapkoi, it did not receive 69 million shillings for last financial year. A constituency like Ainamoi, Mr. Speaker, had not received 69 million for last financial year. Constituencies like Balambala, Mr. Speaker, had not received that amount, 69 million shillings, for last financial year. Mr. Speaker, from the funds which were received this year, which to date, Mr. Speaker, is 30 billion shillings, 2 billion which was received yesterday, and 28 billion shillings which has already been dispersed, those monies for those constituencies for previous years, Mr. Speaker, have since been dispersed. So, Mr. Speaker, just to update members, that up to today, Mr. Speaker, Treasury has dispersed for this financial year 30 billion to the CDF board. 30 billion out of 41 billion, Mr. Speaker. If it was not for the arrears, of close to 14 billion for last financial year, we would be saying that Treasury has done a good job. If it was not for the arrears, Mr. Speaker. With this 30 billion, our whole 15 billion shillings, Mr. Speaker, and more has gone to service the total arrears of which we know, of course, is 18 billion, including for other years. So, Mr. Speaker, that is the update from the CDF board, Mr. Speaker, in terms of disbursements from Treasury. And, Mr. Speaker, I just want to beg this House. Mr. Speaker, I just want to beg this House. I wish members can listen. Mr. Speaker, that I want to beg this House that Treasury, Mr. Speaker, for the last 3 weeks, has demonstrated goodwill by dispersing at least 2 billion shillings every week to CDF board. The 2 billion shillings for this week was received yesterday by the CDF board. Yesterday, Mr. Speaker, was Wednesday. That is a lot of goodwill. Mr. Speaker, Treasury has promised to disperse 2 billion shillings every week. And I'm just saying that they have demonstrated that goodwill the last 3 weeks. We have seen, Mr. Speaker, that 2 billion shillings every week to the CDF board. For the Treasury, Mr. Speaker, to disburse the 14 billion shillings, which again, they are promising to disperse 2 billion every week, even after they exhaust the 41, we need to have processed the supplementary budget, Mr. Speaker. We need this House to process the supplementary budget, allocate the 13.714 billion to the CDF board so that Treasury can disperse. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I want to believe I have the latest disbursement from Treasury, the Honorable Kimunya. I beg to table this new allocation list. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Now, honour members, order now. Okay, now on. Okay, no. Okay, on the members. Now, members, take your seats. 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 Now, honor members, I can hear some of you make some very interesting suggestions. It obviously seems to suggest that you still have not gone through your order paper properly. I hope you have all looked at the order paper. Actually, the point at which we are at order number 5 of papers. And it's at that point that the leader majority laid some papers, among them the document that he said relates to CDF disbursements. So actually, even in terms of sequencing, we are still at order number 5. And it's at that point that a few of you claim to rise in your place for points of orders. I have heard you. And it looks like you would want to consult further. Honourable members, before we go to that, I will direct the clerk to read out the next two orders, after which then a decision will be made. And if, as some appears to be the case, some of you who like going to say things here and there, whatever you want to say, if you want to go to consult further, I'll put the question. If those who want carry the day, that will be the will of the House. Yeah? Standing order number 1 allows me to do that. To know what exactly is the mood of the House. So that I don't listen to one of you shake your head, some of you winking at me. Now I don't know, when you wink at me, what message are you communicating? Is it a message of love? Or what is it? Or is it a message of invitation to treat? So I really do not know. So it's only fair that we do the next two orders. Yeah, honourable members, I do appreciate the sensitivity of the matter. And I appreciate. It's on. Now that one, Honourable Kolosh, can you be in the National Assembly chamber? Please, don't go to the marketplace in Wajir. Yeah? So, it is important that members reason together as members. And therefore, we only want to finish this. This is 2 minutes, 1 minute, and we are through. Then, because I can see people grimacing and doing their all manner of things, I'll put the question as to whether I invoke standing order number 1 to suspend the business of the House, the sitting, not the business, this sitting for a specified period, not exceeding 1 hour. No. Honourable member, the sitting goes on up to 1, so that it allows you to consult, as some of you say. If those in favor of that carry the day, then that shall happen. If those in opposition carry the day, in terms of how I will have had the acclamation, then again we'll proceed. So really, there's no need for anybody to get agitated, please, because we do appreciate. Remember, it was on this same seat that an appeal was made to you, honourable members, from the single-member constituencies to assist the national government in the construction of classrooms. I am alive to that statement. It was made from this very seat. So I'm alive to that. And I would want to see a proper resolution of this issue so that members are able also, through their CDCs, to make sure that those, whatever projects are ongoing, are done. I'm aware through CDF, there's a question of bursaries to students and pupils in various institutions of learning. So, honourable members, we just want to have something that is a win-win, if it is possible, so that nobody, neither the national government nor the House, feels shortchanged, as appears to be the suggestion from some of you. So let me call the clerk to call out the next two orders quickly.
Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 7, questions and statements.
The members making your way in, please, if you are coming in, you cannot be coming in and then you are still trying to wave at others, please. Don't wave at them, because you might actually have a lot of time to talk to them. So, are those ones coming in? I think they have no seats. You go and sit out there in the members' lobby room. So, honour members, I want to put this question, and I think it's good that I'm understood. There have been suggestions that the House adjourns this sitting this sitting. Yeah? Suspends this sitting. Now, if you do 1.5 hours, then can we, honor members, 1 hour? 1 hour? No. Surely, honor members, the member for Kilifi North, you know the order paper is already drawn. Yeah? We are now order number 8. We would be going to order number 8. Can we agree, honor members, for 45 minutes? No. The next order, if you are able to resolve the issue, the next order can be completed within less than 30 minutes. I know that, except the other business appearing. But, honor members, can we agree for 30 minutes or 45 minutes? 30 minutes? Honor members, because there's suggestion for 30 minutes, 40 minutes, 1 hour. Honor members, we will suspend the sitting for 45 minutes. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as the counter opinion say nay? Nay. The ayes have it. So, honor members, look at this one now. Honor members, just listen. Listen, honor members. The sitting is merely suspended. The sitting is merely suspended, and the speaker does not have to go through the walkway. So that this, whatever is now was a sitting, will be converted into that other informal consultation room that you wanted to have. Thank you, honor members.
Next on
tabia za kuudhi ambazo hufanywa pia na baadhi yenu nyinyi wafanyikazi wa nyumbani.
Chau, hizo ndio tabia zenye unafanyanga hapa kitchen mkiwa peke yako?
Shaurembo mama. Wanibipu.
Ubipu vipi?
Hivyo na kuinama wanipiga picha.
Kwa nini hizo?
Hivyo nilivyovaa nguo hiyo na wainama hapo wanipiga picha.
Na huo ni ungwana?
Hata nafasi na sana yo tunakupa burudani.
Na umbea, yani stories zinazo trend kwenye mitandao ya kijamii.
See baby, now we are two in one. We are two in one.
Interview kali za wasanii wapendao.
Mguu pande panda milima, aoye izungushie hapo ma. Kama una
ndani ya March of Life kupitia KBC Channel 1 na Pwani FM.
Kuanzia mida ya saa 3 mpaka mida ya 5 kamili asubuhi. Ukiwa nami ni Teken 1GB.
Mimi ni Marco. Keep it locked.
Malewa.
Tonight on KBC Channel 1.
Wiki hii kwenye Project 254.
Wakati KCC walianza modernization ndio tukafurahi sana. Tukaona tumefika nyumbani.
Tunafaidika na hii kiwanda sababu hakuna bahari nyingine tunapelekaga maziwa tangu zamani.
Zamani tulikuwa tunakunywa tu maziwa, lakini wakati huu tunashukuru Mungu kwa sababu tumepata mahali ya kupeleka KCC.
Alhamisi saa 2:30 kwenye runinga ya KBC Channel 1.
This weekend on KBC Channel 1.
I know it was going to be a great season. The sky was the limit for us, honestly.
But one night in early September, he started experiencing intense stomach pains.
For years, Kim Zukowski and her 12 siblings suffered the abuse of neglect. For them, foraging through garbage for food was a normal way of life.
All you had to do was clean off the ants and bugs and dirt, and that's what we ate.
I'm a Jamaican American.
I was raised as a Christian.
I'm a teacher, a coach.
I am strong, I am intelligent, I am an overcomer.
Hey, I'm gonna bow to your will for the rest of my life. Jesus, only your love covers for me. Only a matter of time.
Kumchukulia kwa mfano ndani ya matatu.
Yaani mtu mzima na miaka zake hizo miaka zote. Mtu ajui kujua kuandika note. Note tu peke yake. Kusoma kweli itasaidia.
Nini nakusumbua na nini?
Nauliza. Ni bwana.
Don't you dare insult me, okay?
Mama Angel.
Don't you dare.
Aya, kwani ni vita? Nini wewe? Yaani wataka kumpiga. Huwezi mpika mpike nini?
Next on.
Here in my mind, I spend my life serve for you as my duty. Now that I've seen this place, I never want to go back home.
Hizo haki za barabara ambazo Muislamu anafaa kuzingatia kila wakati anapokuwa barabarani. Na mojawapo ya haki hizi ni kuwa Muislamu anapaswa kuondoa udhia barabarani, kwa sababu ukiondoa udhia barabarani, insha Allah unajijengea nyumba yako katika pepo ya Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. Hivi sasa
Next on.
Show of good faith.
Inaonekana kama ni Grinale.
Mama Eunice won't have to be washing clothes for Tiffany anymore.
I'm on your side, okay?
How are you on my side, really?
I know I was going to tell you eventually.
What does Nancy have on you?
You should not listen to Nancy here. Did she also tell you that she was trying to bribe Kama so that he'd be spying on you?
Kama. Ni ukweli? Paul, I really am not in the mood to see anyone.
Ebu toka haraka sana. Toka.
Ukijaribu kupita hapa.
Nini itafanyika?
On the next episode of
Domo jibaba lizima na chekechea.
Bana, nalimu masomo.
Pia mambo ya kutegemea watu mimi nitakuja yaacha kabisa.
Kutegemea watu kivipi? Sasa hicho ni jeuri ama nkejeli?
Tutayaona matokeo yake.
Basi cheka sana mchana, usiku ulale.
Usiku na kesha kicheka.
Mr. Nzomo, tell me more about yourself. Mombasani, madam. Is there anything wrong with Mombasani?
Fellow Kenyans, we have learned with profound sorrow and indeed immense sadness of the untimely passing of my dear brother, His Excellency John Pombe Magufuli, President of the United Republic of Tanzania. On behalf of the government and people of Kenya, I convey our sincere condolences to the First Lady of Tanzania, Her Excellency Janet Magufuli, their children, the entire Magufuli family, and indeed affirm our deep solidarity with the government and people of Tanzania during this challenging time. Tanzania remains in our thoughts and our prayers. Africa and the world has lost an illustrious leader whose vision, passion, and immense leadership propelled the nation of Tanzania forward and also steered the East African community to closer integration. On the continental stage, the late President Magufuli was a champion of Pan-Africanism. In the passing on of President Magufuli, I have lost a friend, a colleague, and a visionary ally, whom I worked closely, particularly on our commitment to forge lasting bonds between Kenya and Tanzania. In honor of the life of His Excellency the late John Pombe Magufuli, and in recognition of his strong legacy, and in solidarity with our brothers and sisters in the United Republic of Tanzania, the wider East African community, and the whole of Africa, who are in deep mourning following the loss of an outstanding son of Africa. Therefore, I, Uhuru Kenyatta, under the authority vested in me as the President of the Republic of Kenya, do hereby order and direct that in testimony to the high esteem in which the people of Kenya hold President John Pombe Magufuli, the Republic of Kenya will observe a 7-day period of national mourning, and also that as a symbol of our enduring respect for the fallen president, as well as our solemn solidarity with the people and the nation of the United Republic of Tanzania, the flag of the East African community and the flag of the Republic of Kenya shall be flown at half-mast at all public buildings and public grounds and wherever else throughout the entire territory of the Republic of Kenya and at all Kenya's diplomatic missions abroad from today, Thursday, the 18th of March, 2021, until sunset on the day of the funeral. May the soul of President John Pombe Magufuli rest in eternal peace. Kwa niaba ya serikali na wananchi wa Jamhuri ya Kenya, ningependa kurudia yale nimesema, kutoa rambirambi zetu kwa Mama Janet Magufuli, watoto wake, jamii nzima ya marehemu hayati John Pombe Magufuli, na kwa Watanzania wote kwa kuaga kwa rafiki yetu, mpendwa wetu, Rais John Pombe Magufuli. Nakumbuka kidhati mara nyingi ambapo tumeweza kukutana na kuongea kuhusu maendeleo ya nchi zetu mbili. Nakumbuka haswa safari yake ya kirasmi ambapo alitutembelea hapa Kenya, na pamoja na yeye tukafungua barabara ambaye tunaita Southern Bypass, na pia kwangu mimi binafsi akanipatia heshima kubwa sana kwa kusisitiza ya kwamba lazima atembelee mamangu Mama Ngina Kenyatta, na akachukua fursa kwenda kumtembelea nyumbani na kutoa heshima zake kwake. Na pia mimi akanialika nimtembelee kwake nyumbani kule Chato, na pia nikapata nafasi ya kumsalimia mamake na kuongea naye. Tukalala kwake nyumbani na tukaongea mengi kuhusu nchi zetu mbili na pia uhusiano wetu kama wanachama wa Afrika Mashariki. Nimempoteza rafiki, nimempoteza kiongozi mwenzangu, na nchi ya Kenya tumesimama imara wakati huu mgumu na wenzetu wananchi wa Tanzania. Nimepata nafasi leo asubuhi kumuongelesha naibu wa rais Mama Suluhu Hussein, na nikampatia pole zetu na nikamhakikishia ya kwamba twasimama pamoja naye wakati huu mgumu, na tutaendelea kushirikiana na yeye na serikali ya Tanzania pamoja na wananchi wa Tanzania mpaka tuhakikishe ya kwamba rafiki yetu, mzee wetu tumepumzisha, na tuendelee na huo msimamo alikuwa naye wa kuunganisha wananchi wa Afrika Mashariki. Twasema Mwenyezi Mungu amlaze pahali pema peponi na atupatie amani wakati huu mgumu sana. Asanteni sana.
Health authorities are carefully monitoring all COVID-19 vaccines to ensure that they are safe for everyone who receives them. When you get vaccinated, some side effects are normal and expected. They signal that your body is building protection against the virus. Common side effects include soreness or redness around the injection site, mild fever, tiredness, headaches, muscle or joint aches. These symptoms normally last less than a week. If your symptoms are more severe or last longer than a week, tell the health workers who gave you the vaccine. This protects you and helps to keep the vaccine safe for others. Here's what happens if you report a negative reaction to a COVID-19 vaccine. First, health workers will treat your symptoms. Then, a detailed investigation will take place to assess the cause of your symptoms, how common they are in your community or country, and whether they may be linked to problems with storage, transport, or administration of the vaccine. If a genuine negative reaction is suspected, health authorities may suspend use of the vaccine. WHO supports these investigations and tracks reaction to vaccines around the world. Keep in mind that it's extremely rare for serious health problems to be directly caused by vaccines, and before distribution, all COVID-19 vaccines went through a strict testing process designed to ensure their safety. COVID-19 vaccines have been proven to dramatically reduce the risk of getting sick from the virus. Getting vaccinated is one of the best things you can do to protect yourself and your loved ones from COVID-19.
There is a good chance the coronavirus will never go away. Embracing that reality is crucial to the next phase of the world's pandemic response. Experts say even after the vaccine is deployed, the coronavirus will likely remain for decades to come. Experts call these diseases endemic. Think measles, HIV, chickenpox. It is a daunting proposition. With so much else uncertain, the persistence of the novel virus is one of the few things we can count on about the future. That doesn't mean the situation will always be as dire. There are already 4 endemic coronavirus that circulate continuously, causing the common cold, and many experts think this virus will become the 5th. Its efforts growing milder as immunity spreads and our bodies adapt to it over time. For now, though, most people have not been infected and remain susceptible, and the highly transmissible disease has surged in recent weeks, even in countries that initially succeeded in suppressing it. Left alone, experts say, it will simply keep burning through the world's population. The question then is, how do we live with it safely? Combating endemic diseases requires long-range thinking, sustained efforts, and international coordination. Stamping out the virus could take decades, if it happens at all. Such efforts take time, money, and most of all, political will. A vaccine, while crucial to our response, is not likely to eradicate the disease, experts say. Challenges to vaccination are already becoming clear, including limited supply, anti-vaccine opposition, and significant logistical roadblocks.
Vaccines, therapeutics, and diagnostics have been developed and rolled out at record speed, thanks to collaborations including the Access to COVID-19 Tools Accelerator. Equity is the essence of the ACT Accelerator.
Some diseases are extremely deadly and equally infectious, such as measles. Such diseases can only be stopped by vaccination. However, even though the MMR vaccine has helped control mumps, measles, and rubella for years, none of the three has been eradicated yet. There are viruses, with or without vaccinations, that could be looked at to understand how a COVID-19 endemic world will look like. One example is HIV, which doesn't have a vaccination yet. In the 1980s, HIV, which is transmitted through bodily fluids like semen and blood, became a pandemic. Today, we have antiretroviral drugs that can treat HIV, even as a cure remains evasive. Millions of people are being treated for HIV, and proper treatment allows patients to live a relatively comfortable life as compared to the 1980s, when HIV infection was a death sentence. Malaria is another example of zoonotic diseases we haven't managed to get rid of, and the world has been plagued by it for millennia. Malaria in humans dates back to at least 10,000 years. Evidence for this lies in the evolution of the body's genetic response to malaria, such as the sickle cell disease. Sickle cell disease, a form of anemia, provides inherent immunity to malaria. It has been found to have wide incidence in regions where malaria is endemic, such as several parts of Africa. Malaria has also killed millions of people and continues to do so in this day. However, humans have learned to live with malaria to a large extent, even in the absence of an effective vaccine. There is a malaria vaccine developed in this decade, but it isn't as efficient as vaccines should ideally be and is still undergoing further improvement and testing. People also keep talking or returning to normal, but a future with an enduring coronavirus means that normal no longer exists. In coming years, families may have to make diagnostic tests routine ahead of visits to grandparents. Once mocked office cubicles of the bygone era may become the rage again, replacing open floor plans now found at many companies. Paid sick time might become a necessity for jobs of all types, and heading to work while under the weather may no longer be seen as an act of admirable Kenyans' can-do spirit, but instead a threat to co-workers.
There is now real hope that vaccines, in combination with other tried and tested public health measures, will help to end the pandemic. The significance of this scientific achievement cannot be overstated. No vaccines in history have been developed as rapidly as this. The scientific community has set a new standard for vaccine development. Now, the international community must set a new standard for access.
Eventually, many experts believe this coronavirus could become relatively benign, causing milder infections as our immune systems develop a memory of responses to it through previous infections or vaccinations. But the process could take years. The success of those vaccines will hinge on distribution, a complicated, logistically fraught process. In the first few years of a vaccine, global demand will far outstrip what manufacturers are able to supply. Roughly, 60 to 80% of the world population needs to be inoculated to reach herd immunity. That point when enough people have become resistant to the virus that it has difficulty spreading widely. Without international agreements worked out beforehand, the short supply could devolve into bidding wars, hoarding, and ineffective vaccination campaigns. Looking further down the road, many top experts believe that it's critical that world leaders start planning for the next pandemic now.
Certainly in the short term, in 2021, the vaccines will be in limited supply. We know that. Everything is being done to go as quickly as possible. What is really important is that the vaccines that are available in early 2021 and later in 2021 are used to their maximum capacity to slow down and change the course of this pandemic. And so not just the right thing to do, but the smart thing to do from a science perspective is to assure that those vaccines are given to people who most need them. And that means giving them to especially health workers who are at high and very high risk of COVID transmission, COVID disease, and to people who are at highest risk of a serious outcome. Serious outcomes that require intensive care units, hospitalization, and among those people who are at highest risk of death.
So ladies and gentlemen, let me just say it's a great pleasure and a great day of joy as we are here to see the launch of the distribution of this vaccine across our country to all the various regional centers, vaccine centers, and ultimately to the various health centers across the country in order to be able to facilitate our people to be injected with this vaccine as part of our process of combating and helping us defeat this deadly disease that has faced us, not just here in Kenya, but globally. To take this opportunity to also thank all our partners who have joined hands with us to help us execute this particular program, and to assure Kenyans that this program will be rolled out countrywide. And indeed, our policy, and it has been clearly stated, and I would really appeal to our colleagues in the Fourth Estate to stop disseminating rumors and half-truths. We have met as a cabinet, and we have made it very clear that the policy of my administration is that the first persons to be administered with this vaccine shall be our frontline health workers. That is category number 1. Those will be immediately followed by our category number 2, which will be our police forces, our security forces, who also, due to the nature of their work, are also equally frontline workers. All emergency service providers will be in that category. Inclusive of them will be our teachers, because as you know, we have resumed learning, and our teachers are equally just as exposed, as we also move to those who have comorbidities and those above the age of 58, as we move to the rest of the population. So I would really plead with you to stop any kind of insinuation that may create dissatisfaction amongst your people. This is a time for us to come together and ensure that we are able to provide this much needed service, this much needed vaccine to our people. And we will walk that journey with you.
Everyone on the planet needs to know what role they have to play and to be informed about what this virus is, where this virus is circulating, especially in the areas where you live, the areas where you work, the areas that you want to travel in. All of this is important. There's so much that you can do yourself to protect yourself from getting infected and to prevent yourself from passing the virus on to others. And please make good choices. I know that there are a lot of things that we want to be doing right now, but there aren't necessarily a lot of things that we need to be doing right now. There are many people, essential workers, who cannot stay at home. There are many people who are caring for patients in hospitals who cannot stay at home. And if you can, and if you can help, and if you are asked to, please stay home. You can practice physical distancing from others. You can avoid crowded places. You can avoid enclosed settings that have poor ventilation. You can clean your hands. You can practice respiratory etiquette. You can wear a mask if you cannot do physical distancing. Everyone has a role to play. And this is far from over. So we all have to play our part.
Kushikamana sote kwa pamoja, tuyafuate maelekezo yale ya serikali, tushirikiane Wakenya pamoja, tumalize virusi vya korona. Wakenya pamoja, tumalize virusi vya korona. Osha mikono au sanitize.
Osha safi we. Umati wa watu.
Tusikaribiane.
Tembea peke yako.
Tusisalimiane kwa mikono.
Wala kugusana.
Kaa nyumbani.
Tulia kwako.
Epuka korona.
Korona ni hatari.
Ugonjwa wa korona tumalize kwetu Kenya. Osha mikono au sanitize
kila wakati.
Epuka umati
wa watu.
Tusikaribiane.
Tembea peke yako.
Tusisalimiane kwa mikono.
Salamu za mbali.
Kaa nyumbani.
Tulia nyumbani.
Epuka korona.
Korona ni hatari.
Ugonjwa wa korona tumalize kwetu Kenya. Ukiwa na dalili za korona usisambaze, jiweke karantini, piga simu utasaidika. Wakenya ni wajibu wetu sote kuzuia ugonjwa wa korona usisambae. Na tuombe Mungu atusaidie.
Modern India is defined by an incredibly diverse culture, made up of 25 states in 7 territories, with the people speaking 18 major languages and practicing 7 popular religions across the country. This incredible subcontinent lays claim to a vast and varied array of cooking styles, spices, and culinary philosophy. Welcome to the exotic cultural flavours of India. home to more than 1 billion people, the subcontinent bristles with an eclectic blend of ethnic groups. This translates into an intoxicating cultural and culinary experience that can take a lifetime to discover.
I think I was about 9 years old when I first made chapatis, and they were all shapes and sizes, and they were like biscuits. But my dad ate it because he wanted me to cook, and he said, oh, you should learn to cook. So he ate the chapatis and said they were very tasty. So I think from that we encouraged me to start cooking.
Many Indian recipes often include the key ingredient of garam masala. Contrary to popular belief, garam masala is not a spice per se, but rather a combination of 5 or 6 different spices that are often added to dishes to intensify their flavour. The exact spices and quantities in garam masala differs greatly according to region and personal taste. Whole spices are usually ground in a mortar and pestle and blended together. In Hindi, garam masala literally means hot mixture, yet chilies do not feature as one of the key ingredients, and the garam masala blend should be intensely spicy rather than hot. A garam masala mix includes a range of spices. Black or white peppercorns feature commonly, as do cloves, which have a strong and bitter taste and should be used sparingly. Cardamom comes in 2 varieties. Large black cardamom seeds display a strong flavour, while the smaller green cardamom seed is sweeter on the palate. Star anise is always a key ingredient in any masala mix, and it's easily recognisable for its unique shape. The flavour of this exotic spice resembles that of anise, fennel and tarragon. Coriander seeds, which have a lemony citrus flavour when crushed, are often mixed in generous quantities with cumin seeds as part of the spice blend. In the northwest of the country, cinnamon is usually added to garam masala combination. This spice, which is derived from the bark of a tree, is very versatile and can be used in sweet and savoury dishes. Indian bay leaves are always added for their distinctive fragrance and flavour. Commercial mixes of garam masala are available from any supermarket, but anyone with a real sense of adventure will not regret blending their very own. Across India, meats are traditionally roasted in a tandoori oven. For those of you that don't have access to one of these, a barbecue is a very good alternative.
Tandoori meats are first marinated with yogurt and garam masala and ginger and garlic and lemon juice. You can use either prawns or fish or chicken or lamb, and it's cooked very quickly in this hot clay oven, bringing out some very nice moist dishes which are beautifully roasted.
You'll need a few simple ingredients to make a traditional tandoori mixture. Get organised and prepare your paste well in advance so your lamb cutlets can absorb the recipe's exotic and aromatic subtleties, preferably overnight. Add 2 tablespoons of ginger and garlic paste to a medium-sized mixing bowl. Add some of the juice from 1 lemon, then add 1 to 2 tablespoons of your favourite garam masala mix. Around half a teaspoon of red tandoori powder will give the meat its intense red colour once cooked. Scoop in 3 tablespoons of Greek-style yogurt and 2 tablespoons of vegetable oil. Now grab a spoon and thoroughly mix all the ingredients together. Your tandoori mixture is now ready to be added to the meat. At this stage, it's a good idea to wear gloves as the tandoori mixture will colour your hands just as well as the meat. Take your lamb cutlets and place them in a large mixing bowl. Scoop 2 teaspoons of ginger and garlic paste over the lamb and add the rest of the lemon juice. Add around 1 teaspoon of chili powder plus a teaspoon of salt and thoroughly massage all these ingredients into the meat. Now add about 6 tablespoons of the tandoori mixture that you have prepared earlier. Rub the mixture into the lamb well and ensure that all the cutlets are covered. Place the cutlets onto a plate, cover and store in a refrigerator for at least 4 hours, although overnight is best. This allows all the flavours of the spices to penetrate the meat. Instead of a tandoori oven, we're going to use a barbecue to cook the marinated lamb. Preheat the barbecue to a very high temperature and place the cutlets onto the hot plate, allowing them to sizzle in the rich marinade. Once they start to brown, turn them over and let them cook for another few minutes. Cooking the meat on a high heat will blacken the marinade in places and cook the outside of the meat well, while still keeping the cutlets tender and juicy inside. When ready, place the cutlets on a bed of lettuce. Serve with a simple salad made with cucumber, red onion, tomato and coriander. Finally, garnish with a wedge of lemon, which can be squeezed over the cutlets just before you enjoy them. Still to come on Cultural Flavours, India. We spice things up with an authentic style curry with Punjabi influences. Breads are eaten everywhere and mainly used to scoop up the main meal, especially in the Punjab region.
We have different types of breads there. We don't eat too much of rice there, it's mainly bread. There's naans, there's bhaturas, there's chapatis, which are made today, there's parathas, there's stuffed parathas with, methi, which is fenugreek leaves. We love our bread in India, we eat a lot of it there.
To create authentic Indian chapatis at home, you will only need a few simple ingredients to create your dough base. First, place your flour into a mixing bowl, add some water and then some oil and start mixing it with your hands. Work the liquid through the flour, forming a dough, and add more water as you go until all the flour is picked up by the dough and it becomes slightly elastic. Make sure you knead the dough well. It should be malleable but not sticky. Then leave it to rest for 20 minutes. Take small pieces of dough and roll them into small balls. Coat them with some reserved flour, then work them into a disc with your hands. You can then roll them flat and thin with a rolling pin, adding flour as required to prevent the chapati from sticking to the pin or board. Place the rolled chapati on a floured plate and continue until you have used up the dough. When you have all your chapatis prepared, heat a griddle plate or non-stick frying pan until it's very hot. Don't use any oil though. Start cooking the chapatis on the hot griddle until they puff up. Then turn and cook the other side, pressing lightly around the edges with a folded tea towel. As each one is cooked, wrap in a clean tea towel until all are ready. This prevents them from drying out. To serve, lightly spread with ghee, which is clarified butter. Chapatis are generally served as an accompaniment to curries and vegetables. The southern region of Goa is famous for its fiery seafood curries, and this prawn curry is typical of the region. It's hot, spicy, and its intense flavours are the result of combining numerous ingredients.
It's not a difficult curry to cook when you've been cooking. It has a lot of ingredients. You have you have whole spices that you use, and then you use the curry leaves, which are also from South India and Goa and that region. And then you use other spices like curry powders, which we blend ourselves, and turmeric and chili powder and things like that. And then you use ground stuff, grind onions and whatever.
Like most curries, the secret is to start with a good curry paste. Combining these ingredients in an electric blender is a quick and simple way to make a great base for your curry. For those of you looking for a truly authentic Goan taste, liberally add more chili and vinegar to your curry paste. The second stage of this recipe requires a vast array of spices and other ingredients, so it's important to ensure that you prepare everything well before you start cooking. We're using green prawns with their shells intact, but you could use any type of prawn. Goan prawn curry is usually enjoyed with basmati rice or eaten with breads such as chapati or naan. To begin, place a chopped red onion into your blender. Add 2 long red chilies and about 3 tablespoons of cooked white onions, 4 peeled cloves of garlic and 2 tablespoons of tomato paste. Next, add 2 tablespoons of white vinegar, 3 chopped tomatoes and half a red capsicum chopped. Finally, pour about 1/4 of a cup of water over all the ingredients. Now blend everything together until you have a well-mixed liquid paste. And put this to one side until later. To prepare the curry, heat some oil in a pan. Add your star anise, cardamom, cloves, cinnamon stick, fenugreek and mustard seeds to the hot oil. Place a sprig of curry leaves and 2 diced onions into the pan, then stir well. Take some ginger and garlic paste and stir around 2 teaspoons into your curry base. Pour in around half a cup of water and mix well. Scoop a spicy mix of turmeric, curry, chili and coriander powders onto your onion base. As they cook, these spices will release their aromas and their flavors will intensify. Season with a teaspoon of salt, then reduce the heat and mix the ingredients well to form a thick paste. Now is the time to add your blended curry paste to the saucepan. Mix it in well to allow all the flavors to combine. Cover and allow to simmer until the juices have cooked through. When ready, add a tablespoon of yogurt to the sauce, as well as 1 tablespoon of tamarind paste. Then pour in half a can of coconut milk. These will help to bind all the ingredients together into a rich, creamy sauce. Take the juice of half a lemon and add it to the sauce. You can now add your prawns to the curry and then bring the sauce to the boil once to cook them. Remove the saucepan from the heat. Sprinkle 3 tablespoons of fresh chopped coriander and stir. Finally, cover and allow the curry to stand for 5 to 10 minutes before serving with basmati rice.
Even though the clerk's notification was very clear that the COVID protocols were to apply and that admission into the chamber would be on a first-come, first-served basis. Nevertheless, I think I can see some members who have no sitting places. The Honorable Duale suggests that some of you slept here. Obviously, the Honorable Sankok was here on Tuesday pretending to come at 2:30. He had forgotten that the House had passed a motion suspending the sitting of Tuesday this week, only to meet with me, and he told me he wanted to be the early bird, and that's why he was walking into the chamber. Maybe, honourable members, can I get some indication? Maybe I'm told the Deputy Speaker has some good news.
Now, Mr. Speaker, this is one occasion that I have actually nothing at all to report, other than that we had a very robust interaction. Actually, almost all members wanted to speak, but we couldn't get because of the time that the time was very limited. But there was absolutely no agreement, definitely. So that there is actually nothing for me to report at all. But there were quite a number of issues that came up, most of them repeated from what you had heard before, the issue, of course, of CDF and the rest. So maybe I wouldn't even think the leader of majority himself would have anything more to report. There was actually nothing. There was only a lot of airing of what were in people's hearts. So there was nothing to report. There is actually nothing that I can report.
Well, I had also given an indication, and looking at the time now, being 20 minutes past midday, almost 21 minutes past midday, I had given an indication that the chair of Budget and Appropriations Committee would be given an opportunity to table the Supplementary Estimates 1, 2020-2021, and proceed thereafter to give notice of motion, so that the House has business in terms of the Gazette notice, business to discuss at 2:30. Just to allow the House, and I'm assuming that the Chair of Budget and Appropriations Committee has gone through his report, and that the figures which he is going to table will not make him be made to sweat in the afternoon. Table. So maybe, honourable members, to pave the way for whatever it is that you may wish to do in the afternoon, 2:30 sitting, let me go back to order number 5. Orders number 5 and 6.
Order number 5, papers.
Chair, budgets.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and thanks so much for your indulgence. Honourable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Thursday, March 18th, 2021, Mr. Speaker. That is a report of the Budget and Appropriations Committee on the first supplementary estimates for the financial year 2020-2021. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And the associated, what are the other associated? The appendix. What is the appendix? The addendum.
And appendix, and the addendum, Mr. Speaker.
Which is the report of the various departmental committees, I think.
And it is here, Mr. Speaker. Thank you so much.
Very well. Order number 6.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honourable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion. 1, that this House adopts the report of the Budget and Appropriations Committee on the first supplementary estimates for the financial year 2020-21, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, March 18th, 2021, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 223 of the Constitution and Standing Order 243. 1, approves an increment of the total recurrent expenditure for the financial year 2020-2021 by Kenya shilling 19,125,524,385 in respect of the votes as contained in the attached schedule. 2, approves an increment of the total capital expenditure for the financial year 2020-21 by Kenya shilling 61,579,711,818 in respect of the votes as contained in the attached schedule. 3, approves an overall increment in the total budget for the financial year 2020-2021 by Kenya shilling 80,705,236,203 in respect of the votes as contained in the schedule. And 4, resolves that the attached schedule forms the basis for the introduction of the first Supplementary Appropriations Act 2020-2021. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, it can only come as a bill first. And of course, yeah, you're right, Honorable Karimi. It will have to come in as a bill so that members will have an opportunity to go through it through a tooth comb to see whether the first supplementary appropriations bill contains many of the various promises that I understand have been made to you, both in the short suspended session. Because it is only in the supplementary appropriations bill, not the debate. This debate, you just talk. It is in the supplementary appropriations bill where members will have to check and see that each and every coin that has been promised is included. So that, because you know, you are the people to make the law. It is there where you have all what it means to say no, and if need be, cause vehemence. So honourable members, I'm just saying that because it's good for people to understand the processes of budget making, and especially in regard to the legislative aspects. The legislative aspects of budget making. And I know I can see the member for Suba North is ready, because she is that is one of best times to make sure that she combs everything and lets nothing to pass. So, honourable members, I'm told you've heard the report that has been. We can now go back to the business. The Deputy Speaker has reported that there has been no agreement. So maybe maybe you see the next business. Maybe the next business can be read out, so that then you can, if there are anything to be said, they are said within that business. Chambers.
Order number 8, the Division of Revenue Bill, National Assembly Bill number 7 of 2021, second reading. Question to be put.
Yes, Honorable Mori.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the decision that we do deliberate and suspend the sitting, of which we have done. We didn't agree. Now, I want to arise on standing under 53.3 and seek your wisdom and defer the putting of the question to the time that you may designate, so that, Mr. Speaker, we can get time to agree on what we did not agree. Thank you.
Yes, honourable members. Member for Garissa Township, what?
Mr. Speaker, I want you first to protect me from Honorable Sankok. I am not arriving from Dubai, and if I want to go to Dubai, I can go even this afternoon. Mr. Speaker, I want to support the suggestion by Honorable Mokemore. And I have one reason, or two reasons why I should do. Mr. Speaker, this august House has a moral and a constitutional duty not to put the country into a financial crisis. Mr. Speaker, we have seen the mood. And this is the Division of the Revenue Bill that divides the resources between the two levels of government vertically. In the event, Mr. Speaker, that this bill is negated, even the operation of the legislature financially will be affected. Even the operation of the judiciary will be affected. Even the operation of the CDF we are talking about in the next financial year will be affected. Mr. Speaker, sometimes it calls for wisdom and leadership that we are coming back on Tuesday next week. We are not very far. Between now and Tuesday, Mr. Speaker, we can have a Kamkunji even on Monday, where the National Treasury CS will be here, where the CDF board will be here. Mr. Speaker, let us not throw away the baby with the bathwater. I really want to ask you that we agree to the suggestion under Standing Order 53 that we step down. It's not the first time, Mr. Speaker, from my experience as a former leader of majority, I did it many times, and the House agreed with me. Mr. Speaker, we don't know how the vote will go, but in the event, and I'm not like Honorable Gimose who reads the emotions of others, I can only read mine. Mr. Speaker, this bill is so important. It has gone through serious public participation from the National Treasury, the Intergovernmental, the IBEC chaired by the Deputy President. It has gone to CRA. It has gone to our Committee of Budget. It is anchored on the advisory opinion of the Supreme Court that we cannot even enact the Appropriation Act without passing the Division of Revenue Bill. Mr. Speaker, this matter is weighty. This matter is serious. This is a matter that we can play around with. It's not a walk in the park. Mr. Speaker, I really want to support the Deputy Majority Whip that we step down and as we build consensus. Mr. Speaker, consensus is not built within 2 hours. within 1 hour. We can build it over the weekend, Monday. And the executive, the leader of majority, and the leadership can consult the executive. We work together. This House must make a decision beneficial to the people of Kenya. And that's why we are saying CDF is so critical, because it benefits the people of Kenya. This division of revenue bill, the Speaker, is beneficial to the people of Kenya. So, Mr. Speaker, I support, and I want the House to agree with me. We defy it. We can bring it on Tuesday. We are at a very critical stage of this bill. It is a question to be put. So, Speaker, question to be put is not a matter that even can be deferred. It's a serious matter. We can't even debate. So, Speaker, we really beg you, under your leadership, we have never went wrong, historically. You have led this parliament well. We really want to beg you to agree with what the majority deputy whip have said. Let us step down. Let us go back to soberness. Let us go back and deal with the matter of CDF. And let us, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Pukose. Yeah, he's very sober because he's a surgeon. Surgeons are very sober because they deal with the precision when they're in the theater. But there are others who are economists, who are politicians, who did political science. So, Mr. Speaker, I really want to ask you that this matter, and using your wisdom, we step it down. You agree with this, with Honorable Mokemore, then we go to the next agenda. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Leader Majority.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, in fact, that request has come by surprise, because last Thursday we had a similar discussion, and we said we take time to go and look for some extra money. And the House sent me, and I did, and I reported. Now, as we keep on adjourning, Honorable Speaker, I think members need to also know there is some consequences for delays in the passing of the division of revenue bill. Because we have some timelines. Listen, we have some timelines.
Order, members, order, members, order, members,
There are.
Let the Honorable Kimunya make his point.
Yes.
I will allow you to also make yours.
Yes. Now, there are, within our constitution, it has some timelines during which we need to have prosecuted the division of revenue bill, so that it then goes to the Senate. Once it goes to the Senate, they also need to go through it, and we have no control as to how long the Senate will take. The courts have ruled that until the Division of Revenue Act has been assented, the estimates cannot be introduced into the House. The Constitution says the estimates need to be introduced before 30th of April. So we are operating within a timeline of 1 month. And we cannot control the calendar of Senate. So, honorable members, the reason we incorporated this as of last Thursday and of this week was so that this House does its constitutional obligation, passes the Division of Revenue Bill, passes it on to the Senate, and if you remember last year, we had a discussion that took like almost 3 months until the courts ruled that this must be done within a certain time. So, because of those uncertainties, and we us having only 1 month, right? Only 1 month, it's important that we process this in the most expeditious manner. On the Division of Revenue Bill, now, we still have an opportunity for you to express yourself by the time we get the estimates. Yeah? If you are not happy, we still can do that, but let us save the country. Let us save the country by giving, first of all, the Division of Revenue Bill, pass it on to the Senate, and we now discuss our own internal matters here, which we can take forward by the time we do the estimates. So I think, honorable members, Yeah? We can keep on dilly-dallying and pushing it, but at some point we will have to make a decision. Yeah? And the country is watching. The country is waiting. And I would wish that we save the country from that anxiety.
Honorable Junet, honorable members, please, let's just be orderly. As usual, honorable members, it is good in this kind of situation. It is good to listen to each other. Honorable Junet, don't take too long. Yeah, remember the request that has been made by the Honorable Maore is that we defer the putting of the question to. Don't press anything. You have been told not to. I think you have overpressed your buttons, and I think your fingers are becoming a bit. Honorable Junet, I think you use the mic at the dispatch box.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I stand to support, Mr. Speaker, the motion raised by the Deputy Majority Leader, Whip, Mr. Speaker. Consultations are never harmful, Mr. Speaker. People can continue consulting until they agree on something. Mr. Speaker, this matter of CDF is very emotive. It's very important to members of Parliament, Mr. Speaker, because it concerns their constituencies, Mr. Speaker. But I know that there is a lot of work that has gone into it the last 3 days. We can take 2 more days to fine-tune it and agree and make sure that we have all the monies required, Mr. Speaker, and then we come back to this House, Mr. Speaker, and pass all the laws that are required to help the country as the majority has put, Mr. Speaker. Having said, Mr. Speaker, I cannot, please, Mr. Speaker, can I be protected, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, honor members. No.
Mr. Speaker, I am not running for president. They know that Baba is still alive, so how can I run for president when Baba is there, Mr. Speaker? But having said, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the issue of the division of revenue bill, Mr. Speaker, is very important to this country, Mr. Speaker. This is the bill that will divide money between the counties and the national government, Mr. Speaker. And if we don't do justice to it, Mr. Speaker, history will judge us very badly that we never took care of our people in the counties, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, so on Tuesday or whichever day you will appoint, we will come back here, and I can guarantee you, whichever way, that day we will vote on this bill, Mr. Speaker. We'll have when you know, Mr. Speaker, there is CDF and also the other issues, we'll sort them all out. When you see, like Honorable Sudi today seated here from morning, Mr. Speaker, you know there is politics in this thing, Mr. Speaker. With those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, let's meet on Tuesday here, Mr. Speaker, Tuesday here.
So, honour members, there have been 3 on this side. So let me hear 1 on this side. Let me hear the member for Suba North. Honour members, members sit on this in the chamber. This one is for technical staff and others.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, last week I'd actually requested on record that we have a Kamkunji with the CS for Treasury. Mr. Speaker, there are times that in the House you can see it is beyond the chairman or the House leadership. Those who were with me in the 10th Parliament knows that there was an issue that was as divisive as this. It actually went to the President and the Prime Minister. And it called that we actually had to engage with them. Mr. Speaker, why you see members are going this way? A lot of people may say that members are looking out for their interest. CDF is not just about members. Where I'm seated here, somebody has texted me from a place called Usau, a contractor saying, oh, Mweshimiwa, I did work here and I've not been paid. A simple man, I don't even know who he is, because he's been awarded by the PMC at that village level. Mr. Speaker, the money that reaches ordinary Kenyans is CDF. whether it is through the small projects they do, through bursaries and everything. So when CDF stops, it means there is no pesa mashinani. Mr. Speaker, I am urging and I'm urging the House leadership. Let us not take this issue that we will consult in the air. When members ask for a kamkunji, call a kamkunji. Let members have an indication whether it is on Monday or whatever. I would actually suggest on Monday. But when you go with the mood of the membership at this level, it's going to collapse. Then people will start blaming members. But I would also urge you, Honorable Speaker, that in difficult moments like this, use discretion under Standing Order number 1 to help us move. I know you have really tried, but I'm also urging the House leadership. Let us all humble ourselves. Members are very reasonable. They all want what is good for the country. Let us talk to each other, but I'm also encouraging members that when we sit and when we actually have the kamkunji, let us listen to each other and let us move forward. Thank you. I almost said in Jesus' name, but thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Fanya hivi, wewe teremuka tu chini. Hata watu wanangojea, unasema unione. Si ninakuona ndio huyu kucha. Kucha ninakuona.
Yoi.
Nimekuita mara ngapi Kate? This is the Nissan Note.
Hii ndio motoka.
Not that this is the Nissan Note we are giving out.
Na ni rahisi sana kuwekelea bid. Unaenda kwenye lipa na M-Pesa. Unaweka paybill number 4032353. Kisha unakelea account number ya Nissan Note ni Note, N-O-T-E. Namba ambayo unapenda, labda unapenda 100, labda unapenda 200. Wekelea Note 100, Note 200. Alafu tutakuitisha shilingi 40 peke yake, 40 bob only. Weka pin yako, utakuwa umekelea bid ya hii Nissan Note. Inakungoja wewe mahali popote ulipo. Mimi na mtumishi tutakupea.
Tonight on KBC Channel 1.
Wiki hii kwenye Project 254.
Wakati KCC walianza modernization, ndio tukafurahi sana. Tukaona tumefika nyumbani.
Tunafaidika na hii kiwanda sababu hakuna pahali ingine tunapelekaga maziwa tangu zamani.
Zamani tulikuwa tunakunywa tu maziwa, lakini wakati huu tunashukuru Mungu kwa sababu tumepata mahali ya kupeleka KCC.
Alhamisi saa 2:30 kwenye runinga ya KBC Channel 1.
There is a village filled with mysterious creatures who have lived happily for hundreds of years until today.
Hello, Smurfs.
Look, a transport device.
Come on. This way.
All together now. My hip.
They're friendly.
Do not be fooled by their cuteness.
Now it's all out and you know.
Gargamel,
run! According to my calculations, we lost them.
Next on.
Tabia za kuudhi ambazo hufanywa pia na baadhi yenu nyinyi wafanyikazi wa nyumbani.
Chau. Hizo ndo tabia zenye unafanyanga hapa kitchen mkiwa peke yako.
Shaurembo mama. Wanibipu.
Ubipi vipi?
Hivyo na kuinama wanipiga picha.
Kwa nini hizo?
Hivyo ulivyovaa nguo hiyo na wainama hapo wanipiga picha.
Na huo ni ungwana.
This weekend on KBC Channel 1.
Then my mother will start. Julia! Julia, come here. Look at this one. You have been given 4 bananas and your brother ate 2. How many are you remaining with?
Then I would answer 4.
Si would give me poor coffee a single.
Mr. Tisha, please help me before nijitie kitani. Please help me, Mr. Tisha. Where will I get 350,000, Mr. Tisha? Where?
Mama Kinyanjui.
Caroline.
Caroline. Si tuongee kando kidogo,
I don't play such games. I don't need a man in my life.
Classmates, every Saturday on KBC.
Matches don't come any bigger than the Emirates FA Cup quarterfinals, which will take center stage this weekend as the quest for a new champion continues. Before the All Northwest tie at Goodison Park, where Everton will be looking forward to another thriller against favourites Manchester City at 8:30 p.m. Live and exclusive on KBC Channel 1.
Praise God. This is Prophet Dr. Robert Osoro of Destiny Restoration Center International, Utawara, Kenya. I want to take this opportunity to invite you to be part of us. Join us in our service at Utawara from 10 a.m. as even we're going to bring the word of God at KBC Channel 1. I want also to encourage someone that there is life, there is power in the name of Jesus. And there's power in him that who is above us. The Bible says in the book of Psalms chapter 63 from verse 1 that shall Isaac die, verse 2 to receive thy power and thy glory. So the power of God can only be received in his sanctuary. The power of God can only be received in his house. Only those who seek him are in the morning that who are entitled for the power of God. As the Bible says in the book of Acts of Apostles chapter 10 from verse 38, how God anointed Jesus Christ and he received the power for healing, for deliverance. When you receive the power of God, whatever you are going through over your life in this day, whatever that has been tormenting you, you have the power to overcome them. Maybe you don't know what to do for power. You receive the power of God, that which will make you to overcome the challenges you are going over, to overcome the sickness, to overcome the failure, to overcome the rebellion. As you receive the power of God, it will guide you. I want to let you know that it doesn't matter what people say about your life. It doesn't matter what you have gone through. It doesn't matter how your ministry has been, how your business, your career, your job, you have been stagnated in that same place for so long. But I want to encourage you that there's power in the name of God. There is power when you call upon his name. There is power in the kingdom service. And to receive that power, it needs someone to be committed in his kingdom, as the Bible says in Exodus chapter 23 from verse 25. And thou shalt serve your God, and he shall bless your food and water, and he shall remove every sickness from the midst of your life, and none of your family shall be barren, and I shall fulfill the number of your days. God does not bless your normal food and water. He blesses the source of your income by only seeking his power. This morning I want to encourage someone. Keep on seeking his presence. It doesn't matter what people say that you are where is your God you have been serving, but he will hear you in the name of Jesus. Allow me to pray for you. Father, in the name of Jesus, this hour I'm praying for someone that believing for a change of story, believing for a power to change his entire life and family and business and career. In the name of Jesus, may you touch their life, give them power that will change their family, their business and career. In Jesus' precious mighty name. Once again, this is Prophet Dr. Robert Osoro of Destiny Restoration Center International, Nairobi, Kenya. Join us one of the Sunday. Our service starts from 10 a.m. and God bless you so much.
kupata skiza tune hii ya dhiki huleta zaburi kwa simu yako, bonyeza *811 *815#.
Na msibabaishwe na yale mnayowapitia, hata yawe magumu kiasi gani, yote yatapita. La msingi ni kuweka tumaini letu kwa Mungu aliyetuumba. Katika kitabu cha Warumi 5:3, wala si hivyo tu, ila mnafurahia katika dhiki pia, mkijua ya kuwa dhiki kazi yake ni kuleta saburi. Amina.
Ili kupata skiza tune hii, bonyeza *811 *815#, *811 *815#.
Two lionesses struggle to cohabit.
Because I'm not going to stand here and be compared to some...
Hey, Nancy, don't try me.
As the coastal vacation brings Nancy and Joe closer.
Nancy, you are full of surprises. What would you like me to do for you this morning?
Or will it be?
Now, can you give us some space?
No. He? Unaona hii? Ni usherati.
Watch your mouth, Mother Teresa.
Or what?
This game that you and Nancy are playing.
Na nyinyi mmekuwa akina nani kuingilia mambo ya wazazi wenu?
Stringed, making a comeback. Hotter.
Just gonna stand there and stare at us? How do you think things will end up here?
This is a conversation between your father and I.
Sometimes it would be good if you would just stand your ground.
Wewe mtoto, wewe. What happens between me and Mama Paul is none of your business.
Bolder.
You know Mama Paul is leaving you.
So what?
What? I'm done being your puppet and dancing to your tune and manipulation.
We called the clients and told them that the purchase is done.
Only on KBC Channel 1. Fridays at 8:30 p.m.
Fanya hivi, wewe teremuka tu chini. Hata watu wanangojea, unasema unione. Si ninakuona ndio huyu kucha. Kucha ninakuona.
Yoi.
Nimekuita mara ngapi Kate? This is the Nissan Note.
Hii ndio motoka.
Not that this is the Nissan Note we are giving out.
Na ni rahisi sana kuwekelea bid. Unaenda kwenye lipa na M-Pesa. Unaweka paybill number 4032353. Kisha unakelea account number ya Nissan Note ni Note, N-O-T-E. Namba ambayo unapenda, labda unapenda 100, labda unapenda 200. Wekelea Note 100, Note 200. Alafu tutakuitisha shilingi 40 peke yake, 40 bob only. Weka pin yako, utakuwa umekelea bid ya hii Nissan Note. Inakungoja wewe mahali popote ulipo. Mimi na mtumishi tutakupea.
My baby, replay, playing my favorite tune. Oh, yeah, chance I'm ready, your love. Oh, already your love. My shaggy, I don't know passing us on your baby, my honey.
Tunakupa burudani.
Na umbea, yani stories zinazo trend kwenye mitandao ya kijamii.
See baby, now we are doing one. We are doing one.
Interview kali za wasanii wapendao.
Mguu upande panda milima, izungushie hapo kama una
ndani ya March of Life kupitia KBC Channel 1 na Pwani FM.
Kuanzia mida ya saa 3 mpaka mida ya 5 kamili asubuhi. Ukiwa nami ni Teken 1GB.
Mimi ni Maku. Keep it locked.
Malewa. Roboto. Yeah. Isemeka wana kwa daddy.
Good afternoon. A warm welcome to Channel 1 Lunchtime News. My name is Irene Mchuma Odim. On sign language interpretation, we have Lensa Odingo. Today, the Kenya is joining the rest of the world in mourning the death of Tanzania's President John Pombe Magufuli. His Excellency President Uhuru Kenyatta has ordered all flags to be flown at half-mast. And as Kenyans join their Tanzanian counterparts to mourn the late President John Pombe Magufuli, the same will also apply to the East African community. While marking the proclamation, President Uhuru Kenyatta said he was saddened with the untimely death of President Magufuli.
We have learned with profound sorrow and indeed immense sadness of the untimely passing of my dear brother, His Excellency John Pombe Magufuli, President of the United Republic of Tanzania. On behalf of the government and people of Kenya, I convey our sincere condolences to the First Lady of Tanzania, Her Excellency Janet Magufuli, their children, the entire Magufuli family, and indeed affirm our deep solidarity with the government and people of Tanzania during this challenging time. Tanzania remains in our thoughts and our prayers. Africa and the world has lost an illustrious leader whose vision, passion, and immense leadership propelled the nation of Tanzania forward and also steered the East African community to closer integration. On the continental stage, the late President Magufuli was a champion of Pan-Africanism. In the passing on of President Magufuli, I have lost a friend, a colleague, and a visionary ally, whom I worked closely, particularly on our commitment to forge lasting bonds between Kenya. In honor of the life of His Excellency the late John Pombe Magufuli, and in recognition of his strong legacy, and in solidarity with our brothers and sisters in the United Republic of Tanzania, the wider East African community, and the whole of Africa, who are in deep mourning following the loss of an outstanding son of Africa. Therefore, I, Uhuru Kenyatta, under the authority vested in me as the President of the Republic of Kenya, do hereby order and direct that in testimony to the high esteem in which the people of Kenya hold President John Pombe Magufuli, the Republic of Kenya will observe a 7-day period of national mourning, and also that as a symbol of our enduring respect for the fallen president, as well as our solemn solidarity with the people and the nation of the United Republic of Tanzania, the flag of the East African community and the flag of the Republic of Kenya shall be flown at half-mast at all public buildings and public grounds and wherever else throughout the entire territory of the Republic of Kenya, and at all Kenya's diplomatic missions abroad from today, Thursday, the 18th of March, 2021, until sunset on the day of the funeral. May the soul of President John Pombe Magufuli rest in eternal peace.
The late Tanzanian President John Pombe Magufuli was known for his ability to motivate millions with his words and quotes. Magufuli, who died Wednesday, leaves behind inspiring words of wisdom, unity, peace, and humor. The late, nicknamed Bulldozer, in 2019 made fun of COVID-19 testing facilities. At one time, he claimed even Popo had tested positive for the virus.
I wish ningemwona Magufuli, nipige magoti, nimpongeze hadharani.
Tulichukua sample za mbuzi, tukachukua sample za kondoo, tukachukua sample za papai, tukachukua sample za oili ya gari na sample za vitu vingine mbalimbali, tukavipeleka pale kwenye maabara bila wao kujua, na tukazipa majina. Sample ya oili kwa mfano iliyotoka kwa gari tulilipa jina ya Jabiri Hamza. Ya papai tukaipa jina Elizabeth Anne, miaka 26, female. Papai lile lilikuwa positive kwamba lina corona.
Sopenda wabanecho magumu cheni odadi asacheza ndipo.
Hili limenigusa kutoka moyoni. Nitatoa tausi 4 watapelekwa Kenya kwa Mheshimiwa Kenyatta, na nina uhakika baada ya miaka kadhaa watazaa. Watakapozaa wale wana atanirudishia wale wengine watabaki
kuleta janja na tumbua. Sekta madini
ndani ya utawala wangu kama rais, hakuna mwenye mimba atakayerudi shuleni.
Watoto shule na bukua
ili kusudi mradi ukague vizuri, atachukua hatua. Ndio maana nimeamua nisimame hapa, tunamaliza yote kwa pamoja, kwa sababu ningepitiliza hili swala lisingeshughulikiwa. Zege hailali.
Wimbo jiwa mwimbaji nani kule, nafikiri sauti soro, sijui sauti nani, anasema wao wakifunika wengine wanafunua, tukifunika tunafungua. Wao they always tusiogope, siku moja tutakufa. Hata mimi nitakufa kutokana na alichokipanga Mungu. Naweza nikafa kwa corona, naweza nikafa kwa nini. Na ndio maana mnaniona hata mimi sijavaa barakoa. Sio kwamba siogopi kufa.
His Excellency, the late President John Pombe Magufuli will be remembered by many as a leader who was so passionate about ensuring his people are getting the best. He was seen in several events asking Tanzanian leaders to be able to guide their people in the right direction in ensuring that they have economic background that will be able to support strong economy and development in Tanzania. A number of Kenyans went to the social media to honor the late, and many eulogized the late as a leader who focused on unity in the country and also wanted the East African community to unite in ensuring that we focus on development and taking the community to another level. A number of Kenyan leaders also took to the fore on Twitter. His Excellency Raila Odinga, the former Prime Minister, also said he had a very good relationship with the former Tanzanian President, the late Magufuli. And this was also extended to his family, and also Dr. Dado Godana, the governor for Tana River, was also at the fore in going to Twitter, saying that during his tenure as a cabinet secretary, the late Magufuli was also a cabinet secretary while in Tanzania, and they were able to work together in ensuring the growth of the two countries. His Excellency President Uhuru Kenyatta was at the fore in leading the nation, saying that the flags in the country should be flown at half-mast, and also in the East African community. Remember, His Excellency President Uhuru Kenyatta is the chair of the East African community. We will be able to sample your communication on our social media platforms, on Twitter, on Facebook, and also on YouTube. This, as His Excellency President Uhuru Kenyatta directs Kenya to observe a period of 7 days national mourning. And it says this will be able to take place until the late His Excellency President John Pombe Magufuli is laid to rest. And also a number of cabinet secretaries continue to send their tribute, and also Kenyans and journalists in the social media said they wished well for His Excellency the late, but unfortunately he was said this is his time to leave the country. There are those also say we celebrate the death of Magufuli, and we know he served the East African community very well. Continue tweeting, continue communicating to us on our social media platforms at KBC Channel 1 on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. Tanzania is mourning the death of President John Joseph Pombe Magufuli. Vice President Samia Suluhu Hassan announced the demise of Magufuli on Wednesday night, saying he succumbed while receiving treatment for a heart condition at Mzena Hospital in Dar es Salaam. He passed on at the age of 61 and is survived by his wife, Janet Magufuli, and children.
The curtains came down on the life of Tanzanian President John Joseph Pombe Magufuli on Wednesday 6 p.m. at Mzena Hospital in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. According to Tanzanian Vice President Samia Suluhu Hassan, who announced his demise in a televised address, Magufuli has been ailing since the 6th of March this month and was admitted to the facility after suffering from a heart failure.
Mheshimiwa Rais Magufuli alilazwa tarehe 6 Machi mwaka huu katika taasisi ya moyo ya Jakaya Kikwete kwa tatizo la mfumo wa umeme. Tatizo la moyo la mfumo wa umeme ambalo kitaalamu linajulikana kama chronic atrial fibrillation, ambalo alikuwa nalo kwa zaidi ya miaka 10.
Magufuli had not been seen in public since the end of February, and top government officials had denied he was ill, even as rumors circulated online that he was seriously sick and possibly incapacitated. Although the vice president said the cause of Magufuli's death was heart failure, opposition politicians had earlier alleged he had contracted COVID-19. John Pombe Magufuli was the 5th president of Tanzania and was serving his second term after re-election last year. Timothy Kipnusu, Channel 1 News.
We are taking a short break. You're watching Channel 1 Lunchtime News. Do stay with us. More to come ahead.
Fanya hivi, wewe teremuka tu chini. Hata watu wanangojea, unasema unione. Si ninakuona ndio huyu kucha. Kucha ninakuona.
Yoi.
Nimekuita mara ngapi Kate? This is the Nissan Note.
Hii ndio motoka.
Not that this is the Nissan Note we are giving out.
Na ni rahisi sana kuwekelea bid. Unaenda kwenye lipa na M-Pesa. Unaweka paybill number 4032353. Kisha unakelea account number ya Nissan Note ni Note, N-O-T-E. Namba ambayo unapenda, labda unapenda 100, labda unapenda 200. Wekelea Note 100, Note 200. Alafu tutakuitisha shilingi 40 peke yake, 40 bob only. Weka pin yako, utakuwa umekelea bid ya hii Nissan Note. Inakungoja wewe mahali popote ulipo. Mimi na mtumishi tutakupea.
Tonight on KBC Channel 1.
Wiki hii kwenye Project 254.
Wakati KCC walianza modernization, ndio tukafurahi sana. Tukaona tumefika nyumbani.
Tunafaidika na hii kiwanda sababu hakuna bahari nyingine tunapelekaga maziwa tangu zamani.
Zamani tulikuwa tunakunywa tu maziwa, lakini wakati huu tunashukuru Mungu kwa sababu tumepata mahali ya kupeleka KCC.
Alhamisi saa 2:30 kwenye runinga ya KBC Channel 1.
Tonight on KBC Channel 1.
Choke shot an arrow at the emperor. A terrible thing has happened. What happened? Subrasi, please forgive me for breaking this terrible news to you. But Drupad, Ashok shot an arrow at Drupad.
Matches don't come any bigger than the Emirates FA Cup quarter-finals, which will take center stage this weekend. While Manchester United have a mouth-watering trip to the King Power Stadium, where they will face Leicester City at 8 p.m. Live and exclusive on KBC Channel 1, your true sports partner.
Welcome back. Thank you for staying with us. This is Channel 1 Lunchtime News. Leaders across the world have paid tribute to Tanzania's President John Magufuli, who died on Wednesday at the age of 61. British Prime Minister Boris Johnson said he was saddened to hear of President Magufuli's death. Magufuli died in Mzena Hospital in Dar es Salaam on Wednesday evening, where he was receiving treatment for a heart condition.
Tributes have been pouring in for Tanzania's President John Pombe Magufuli, who died on Wednesday at the age of 61. Vice President Samia Suluhu Hassan, who addressed the nation, said he died from heart complications at a hospital in Dar es Salaam. President Yoweri Museveni, a strong advocate of the unified East African, eulogized Magufuli as a pragmatic leader who believed in and worked for the economic empowerment of East Africans. ODM leader Raila Odinga has mourned the death of Tanzania's President John Magufuli, saying his family and that of Tanzania's president have been close friends for a long time. On his part, former Nigerian President Goodluck Jonathan has eulogized Tanzanian President John Magufuli as a partner in democracy and a patriot who loved his country. South Africa's President Cyril Ramaphosa has expressed his deep sadness on the death of Tanzania's President John Magufuli. In a statement, President Ramaphosa said he had spoken to Tanzanian Vice President Samia Suluhu Hassan to express condolences in his personal capacity and on behalf of all South Africans Africans, Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro has sent his condolences to the Tanzanian people, expressing solidarity. British Prime Minister Boris Johnson has said he was sorry to hear of President Magufuli's death.
Youth in Madogo, Tana River County are up in arms over the increased number of pregnancies and early marriages among school-going teenagers in the region. Speaking at a one-day sensitization workshop at Madogo Secondary School, the group's chairperson, Ahmed Amin, urged teenagers to avoid peer pressure and appealed to the county government to work with like-minded organizations to end the vice.
A group of young people in Madogo, Tana River County have teamed up to sensitize their peers on teenage pregnancies and early marriages.
Angalia the way our girls there uko outside vile wana behave nini na nini. So tukaamua tuwaletee play mbili hapa shuleni so that wapate kuelimika during their holidays.
Tumefunza kuhusu early marriages na imenisaidia sana pamoja pia na wasichana wenzangu ya kwamba tusikimbilie kuolewa, maana masomo ni jambo la muhimu sana, unaweza badilisha familia yenu.
Madada zangu na wahimiza tu, tafadhalini ukiwa uko shule, kuwa uko shule.
According to their chairperson Ahmed Amin, the group has taken to mentoring youth and school-going teenagers in Madogo and Mororo area using music, arts and sports to keep them actively occupied to avoid falling into drug abuse and crime. For Channel One News, I'm Nisi Imano Okoth.
Nearly 1.9 million children in Kenya are at risk of dying from malnutrition unless urgent aid is immediately made available. According to the latest National Nutritional Report, Kitui and West Pokot counties are most affected with a stunted rate of up to 40%. Key stakeholders who spoke during the launch of East and South Africa National Budget Commitment to Nutrition warned that COVID-19 had worsened the situation due to the scarce donor funding. They now want the government to prioritize nutritional response by allocating more funds to counties to avert the crisis.
At national level, we are 26% when it comes to stunting. This is not where we need to be. We need to be at 10% by the African nutrition strategy commitment, but also other commitments that we have in the various sectors.
So the most affected counties are Kitui and West Pokot, where we are seeing over 40% of our children undernourished. And even though some of the counties appear to be doing well, Nairobi, for example, the absolute numbers are so many. And the 26% that George has talked about comes to about 1.9 million children in this country affected by undernutrition. So if we need to reduce that by 10%, we need a collection of efforts from all stakeholders in this room, including the parliamentarians that are already spearheading this effort to address this issue through budgets, through advocacy, and through evidence such as the report that we have launched today.
Issue of malnutrition was already a very big problem in the country, and with COVID-19 and its impact on the economy, the situation has gotten even worse.
The county government of Kiambu has commissioned an 8-bed intensive care unit at Kiambu Referral Hospital to deal with the surging cases of COVID-19. Speaking after the official opening of the facility and the installation of bulk oxygen at Kiambu Level 5 Hospital, Area Governor James Nyoro said his administration plans to have 50 ICU beds operation in the county.
According to Kiambu Governor, Tingoni Hospital has now been set aside as COVID-19 center, while the rest of the hospitals will act as isolation centers where tests will be done on COVID-19 and other related illnesses. However,
patient akikuja anawekwa kidogo kwa isolation room na anafanyiwa test kama vile mnajua tuko na test mbili, tuko na ile rapid test na ile ingine ya kawaida naita PCR. lakini ile rapid ni mzuri kwa sababu results zinatoka hapo hapo. Akijulikana ako positive, anapelekwa Tigoni.
Nyoro said that the county health department has conducted contact tracing of all the persons that were in contact with Mugunga Ward MCA Elias Ngugi, who died of COVID-19, and already 2 have tested positive. Reporting for KBC Channel 1, I'm Jacinta Nyambura.
The Machakos senatorial by-elections are underway this afternoon. Today, the 18th of March 2021, my colleague Kamche Menza has been keeping a close eye in the county of Machakos for a while now. She is currently pitching camp in the county of Machakos. Kamche, good afternoon. I know you woke up so early today to get us the latest report. What is the mood and what should be our expectations from the by-election in Machakos County?
Good afternoon to you, Muchuma, back in studio. And indeed, we are in Machakos County. This is Yata, and this is a polling station that is known as Iyani Primary School. Of course, the whole of this morning, we've been out and about visiting different polling centers and polling stations. And basically what we can firmly report as up to now is that there has been a low voter turnout. We have spoken to a number of leaders in the area. Earlier on, we started with the IBC official who said that there is a truly low voter turnout. And remember, there is one thing that we asked him, that could it be the voter apathy, could it be have been caused by the withdrawals of some of the candidates in the race? And what he said is that there is no any linkage to that, and that they are hopeful that as the day progresses, it's 1 p.m. now, and they are saying as the day progresses that the voter turnout will increase. Similarly, we spoke to the Wiper Party candidate, that is Agnes Kavindu, who was also accompanied by the current CIS for transport, our Vinyandeti, and we also talked about the turnout, and they said actually what now they are requesting is that most of those who have gone to their farms and those who have gone to their workplaces, especially the industries, they were actually asking the directors and the managers in the factories to try and release these guys so that they could use the afternoon probably to come and try and vote. We also talked about, we also asked that is Kavindu, about her clearance certificate that she got from the IBC concerning her papers. Of course, remember there was that contestation about her papers, and she said as much as the IBC have cleared her and she got her clearance form, she is hopeful that she is really qualified and she will get the seat. Again, there were issues of voter bribery. Now, this one comes from the 2 candidates. This is it's an 11 horse race, yeah. But you see, there are 2 who in the front. We could say the Wiper candidate and the UDA. So both the 2 candidates spoke about the bribery. Remember, Kavindu was saying that there are people who have been caught, of course, supporters of UDM allegedly caught for trying to bribe, other people, of course, to support the other party. But of course, we spoke to the UDA candidate. This is Abanas Ngengele, who said yes, he has heard about those claims. His supporters have been caught, but what he said is that he distanced himself from these giving money to these supporters. But of course, he accepted that his people have been caught because of those claims. At the Iyani Primary School, talking about the voter turnout, as you can see now, it's 1 p.m. and there are no any voters in line. The clerks are inside the room, but there are no any people voting right now. Actually, it's a very slow day out here, and the polling stations are supposed to close by 5. So we'll be keeping an eye. But without much ado, I'm joined by this is Francis Mwangangi, I beg your pardon, who is a Wiper chief agent for Wiper Party. He will be telling us about the voter apathy in this area and basically what they feel about the withdrawal of the candidates. Is it a boost to their party? Kindly, Muhesh, if you could start with basically, is the withdrawal a boost to your party?
No. I want to say the people of Machakos had resolved since the start of the campaigns that this election is about 3 or 4 issues. One is it is like some people somewhere have been thinking there is vacuum of leadership of this region and community. It will be proved at the end of the day who is the leader of this community. Number two is about the party. The current leadership in Machakos was put in place through this party, but they decided to run away and do the other things. That will be proved at the end of the day of this election. Number three is about the candidature and issues that has been there. People have been accusing the Wiper Party candidate of being not learned, of being pushed around, of someone who is not worthy to be in a public office. That will be proved at the end of this polling day, today at the end.
All right. Muchuma, you heard it from the campaigners here in this county rather, and basically we'll be keeping an eye on what exactly will turn out to be all the way throughout the night when the tallying starts, all the way until the winner is announced. Back to you in studio, Muchuma.
Chimenza reporting live from the county of Machakos. Kamche, good to have you. In other news, Coast General Teaching and Referral Hospital has set up the largest solar-powered water treatment and desalination system in Africa. The facility is among 23 hospitals and clinics in the country that benefited from the new technology through the support of German government.
The equipment was officially unveiled by the Chief Executive Officer of Water Sector Trust Fund, Ismail Sheye. He said the fund has disbursed 6.9 billion shillings to 78 water companies in the country to cushion them after failing to raise required revenue during the COVID-19 period.
It's delivering water to 28 key hospitals across East Africa, Kenya and Tanzania. So now today in Mombasa we have the Coast General Hospital, we have Mombasa Hospital and Deferring Hospital, the new hospital right at the middle of the old town. A very critical place in terms of water and drinking water. And this specific budget is also designated as part of the COVID-19 response budget of the German government. Because we know when anybody goes to a hospital, anybody goes to any health clinic, one of the very first ones is the hygiene drinking water. And imagine a health clinic and a hospital without a hygiene drinking water.
The solar-powered project, which is supported by the developed program, is aimed at mitigating the impact of COVID-19 pandemic and will have the capacity to supply over 1 million liters of hygiene drinking water.
In a day, it gives us 6,000 liters of water per hour. And that translates to 72,000 liters of water in 12 hours, which is literally a quarter of our consumption for the whole hospital per day. So you can see the massive volume of water that we are going to be able to produce from this desalination plant.
The construction works of the modern hybrid seawater desalination and treatment plants were carried out by Germany-based firm Borelight on behalf of the Germany Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development. Reporting for Channel 1, I'm Ruth Moema.
Thank you for staying with us. We are taking a short break. When we come back, we will be bringing on board an IT expert to share with us the insights on job opportunities, especially right now in the COVID-19 pandemic. It's an interactive session that you'd love to be part of. Do interact with us on our social media platforms at KBC Channel 1 and stay with us.
fanya hivi, wewe teremuka tu chini. Hata watu wanangojea, unasema unione, si ninakuona ndio huyu kucha. Kucha ninakuona. Nimekuita mara ngapi Kate? This is the Nissan Note.
Hii ndio motoka.
Not that this is the Nissan Note we are giving out.
Na ni rahisi sana kuwekelea bid. Unaenda kwenye lipa na M-Pesa. Unaweka paybill number 4032353. Kisha unakelea account number ya Nissan Note ni Note, N-O-T-E. Namba ambayo unapenda, labda unapenda 100, labda unapenda 200. Wekelea Note 100, Note 200. Alafu tutakuitisha shilingi 40 peke yake, 40 bob only. Weka pin yako, utakuwa umekelea bid ya hii Nissan Note. Inakungoja wewe mahali popote ulipo. Mimi na mtumishi tutakupea.
Welcome back. Time for us to do business, and straight we go into our interactive session. I'm bringing on board the IT expert for Brighter Monday, Mr. Timothy Mocho, to share more insight on COVID-19 pandemic challenges, especially when it comes to job opportunities. Are we having a fair field for everyone now that we have the online people who are trying to secure jobs from the same platform, and also we have job seekers who try to walk in and out of offices in search of job opportunities. Timothy, welcome on set.
Thank you very much, Irene. I'm glad to be here. So, I'm Brighter Monday's IT manager. What we do actually at Brighter Monday is basically try and help as many job seekers get positions and placements within the current job market. And I work with a very elite team of professionals whose main drive is just basically impact and value to all our customers, both employers and employees.
Timothy, we have seen also banks making their ways into the online platforms and they're trying to market their products. How secure are we, and how secure are these circles that are trying to ensure these products get to the right person before it's being taken away by a rival company?
Well, the thing is, safety is actually the most important thing in the industry right now. And when you're looking for a job, when you're trying to get a position in any company, you want to know that your application is actually getting through to the employer. It's very difficult right now because everyone is trying to make money out of this, but we don't want that. We want to have a situation where as you maneuver through the job search, you're able to actually have complete transparency on the way you are applying, who you're applying to, and what will be the details of your job. And so I'd say that it's better to actually go to the platforms that you are familiar with, platforms that don't actually ask any money from you. Those ones, it most likely will be that you'll get a good position from there. And when you get called for an interview, don't ever pay anything, because it's clear that you shouldn't pay to get a job.
And when it comes to the challenges, especially when we try to secure for opportunities on social medias, what have you been able to come across? So many people should be lying on one side. What are they commenting about?
One of the main things that we normally encounter, a challenge in itself, is actually feedback. You want to be able to know that when you've applied for a job, from wherever you've applied it from, be it from social media or from a website, that you want to be able to get information back telling you, yes, we've received your application and you have either gone through or you're not going through. And that's a challenge that we're facing all over the place. Even us at Brighter Monday, we have that challenge. However, I think most employers at any given time when they have finally closed a position, they will actually let people know and say, we finally closed this position, thank you very much. You were not successful, or you were successful and you're moving on to the next stage.
What is the percentage of people who have been taking part on online platforms, seeking for jobs, seeking for opportunities where they can be able to even come up with their own business ventures to earn a living? Where would you rank the percentage in Kenya and Africa at large?
I'd say it's actually quite large. It's grown even more exponentially after the COVID pandemic, because we found that a lot of people have lost their jobs over the last couple of months, and they want to now diversify and go into new arenas. So it's actually become a norm to see people now building their own businesses, trying to employ other people, getting more opportunities online. We've seen a huge number of applications coming in for online jobs, all kinds of jobs actually, sometimes not even specific to your industry, but as long as you're able to do something.
You are in a platform that you have been able to interact with so many people who are seeking job opportunities. Which field could be flooded, especially amid the COVID-19 pandemic?
Right now, I think some of the more fields that are coming in, emerging fields are IT, of course. We're looking at the gig economy is becoming quite big. We're also looking at odd jobs like paper writing, online writing. They're becoming a little bit more prominent in the job search. We're looking at also hospitality becoming quite big as well.
What would you advise the audience that you're watching this live broadcast right now amid the COVID-19 pandemic? We are in the third wave, and we are not looking at this virus coming to an end anytime soon, and life has to move on. What should we do? Because at the end of the day, we need to put food on the table.
Of course. It's true. There's not very many opportunities out there for office work right now. We know that a lot of offices actually closed down last year, and a lot of times you wonder now what's the next step. I would say that you need to now focus on what you're good at, focus on your passions. If you're good at something, try and build a business around it, try and build something that you can actually promote. Small businesses, micro SMEs are the ones actually now that are looking to become quite big as we move forward. So if you have a business idea and you have a bit of small capital, get into that. Get into making sure that you're able to actually make an impact in someone's life, and make an impact in your own life and make some money out of it.
As we come to the close, what will be your parting words, especially to the young people, the youth, who are trying right now to secure a place in the market generally?
Generally, just focus on your strengths. Make sure that you position yourself in as many job boards as possible. Make sure that your profile fits who you are. It communicates who you are. More than anything, I would tell you, please, if you have a strength, if you have perhaps a skill that is unknown, focus on that. Make sure that you're giving yourself a chance to fight in a very, very competitive market as we are right now. Be very proactive, network as much as possible. Make sure that any person that you meet who has any opportunity that you can exploit or you can take advantage of, be sure that you're on it and with it.
Thank you, Timothy Mocho, the IT expert at Bright Monday, giving us an insight on how we can survive, especially during this hard time. The COVID-19 is here with us, and we're trying to find ways of surviving with it. In other news, making headlines in the business sector, Cooperative Bank Group made 10.9 billion shillings in 2020 full-year net profit, representing a 23.77% year-on reduction that the lender blames on increased COVID-19-related loan loss provisions and currency devaluation losses from its South Sudanese subsidiary. The stock on non-performing loans surged 87% to 59.13 billion shillings, forcing the lender to increase its loan loss provision by 235% to 8.5 billion shillings. That gets into its profitability. And despite this, Cooperative Bank has recommended a dividend payout of 1 shilling per share to support shareholders during this difficult COVID-19 period.
Coop Bank became the third lender to release its 2020 full-year financial results after Stanbic and KCB Group. Stanbic a fortnight ago reported an 18.6% reduction in net profit to 5.2 billion shillings, while KCB Group on Wednesday posted a 22% dip in profit to 19.6 billion shillings, blamed on bad loans provision as a result of COVID-19 disruptions. Thursday, Cooperative Bank Group announced that it made 10.9 49 billion shillings in 2020 full-year net profit, which is 23.77% lower than the 14.3 billion shillings the lender made a year earlier. In a statement, Coop Bank Group CEO Gideon Muriuki said the lender increased loan loss provisions by 235% to 8.5 billion shillings to reflect challenges that businesses and households are grappling with from COVID-19 disruptions. He says the bank has restructured 49 billion shillings of customer loans to support customers impacted by the pandemic. In addition, even though its South Sudan subsidiary made 107.8 million shillings in full-year pre-tax profit, this translated to 1.65 billion shillings monetary loss due to hyperinflation occasioned by currency devaluation of the South Sudanese pound. Despite this, Coop Bank grew its total assets by 18% and net loans and advances were up 8% to 286.6 billion shillings. Net interest income increased 16.1% to 36.3 billion shillings, while shareholders' funds grew 14.4% to 90.8 billion shillings. Muriuki says Coop Bank has fortified its digital channels to support uninterrupted access to banking services by customers, with 92% of its services now on alternative banking channels. As was the case last year, Coop Bank has proposed a dividend payout of 1 shilling per share to be paid on 14th of next month. Betty Kiptum, Channel 1 Business.
A total of 6 billion shillings meant for the Constituency Development Fund CDF has so far been disbursed to counties by the National Treasury as part of a 41 billion shillings budget for 290 constituencies. Legislators in the National Assembly, however, say the 2020-2021 financial year funds are yet to hit constituency accounts as arrears looms.
Currently, out of the budgeted 41 billion shillings meant for constituencies, about 30 billion from the National Treasury has been accounted for by the County Development Fund Board. However, only 6 billion shillings has trickled down so far to the counties, with 14 billion going to service arrears of previous years.
I've had sample tests on a number of the constituencies, and I've actually confirmed that now the list as provided by the CDF board in terms of the status of the disbursement for 2020-21 has actually hit the banks of the constituencies.
We have included the 10 billion shillings that was slashed and also the arrears 13 billion shillings which was not disbursed in the last financial year, Mr. Speaker.
The first disbursement of 4 billion was made on Monday, with the second disbursement of 2 billion made on Wednesday. The remaining 35 billion will be disbursed at 2 billion shillings intervals weekly until it is cleared. However, some legislators are calling for immediate disbursement of up to 80% of the totals.
The members of parliament in their respective constituencies which are doing critical services, particularly in the disbursement of bursaries, for construction of schools, for compliance to COVID, those attention has not been given as desired.
The leading, at least 38.7 million has been disbursed this far. What we need to know, Mr. Speaker, is exactly how much and what is the schedule of payment of the balance. That is what is important.
Alanauko, Channel 1 Business.
Kenya is seeking to increase its honey exports to the United Kingdom in the next 5 years. Livestock Principal Secretary Harry Kimtai says demand for Kenyan honey in the European nation has increased. The government will embark on training farmers on phytosanitary requirements and commercial honey production to ensure high quality is exported to international markets to increase farmers' earnings.
80% of Kenya's processed honey is imported from neighboring Tanzania, with local annual production at 20,000 metric tons. 80% of Kenya's honey is produced through traditional hives. The government now seeks to increase honey production and commercialization through modernizing beehives. Livestock Principal Secretary Harry Kimtai says the government will start training farmers on proper honey husbandry to increase production.
Honey, when you harvest honey, there are a lot of other byproducts that you get out of it. You have the honey, propolis, which you can do value addition, and then you start selling them.
This as demand for Kenyan honey in the United Kingdom is increasing.
Weze kukuza nyuki kwa njia ambayo inayofaa, kisha wapate ile soko ambayo tumeingia kati yetu ya Kenya na Uingereza.
There's a lot of potential for all of us to get involved in apicultural activities. So I'd actually just like to urge the youth and the women to get more involved into modern beekeeping and promote apiculture in each and every county.
Honey producers have been encouraged to familiarize themselves with phytosanitary requirements to access more international markets.
Na tumejiandaa, nataka sasa tuanze kufunza wakulima wetu, wafugaji wa nyuki, wazingatie zile masharti ambazo zinatakikana, ndio mazao yetu ipate kuuzwa katika nchi hiyo.
The Kenya Agriculture and Livestock Research Organization has rolled out training of 500 beekeeping extension officers across the country to help in, among other things, train farmers on accepted chemical residue levels and proper post-harvest handling of honey. Benson Rioba reporting for Channel 1 Business.
Time for Channel 1 Sports News. It is unfortunate the circumstances surrounding the cancellation of our international friendly match against Kenya's Harambee Stars, but all is well. As a team, we have to do our best to continue the legacy of our late President John Pombe Magufuli and perform to our very best, even in our times of mourning. Those are not our words, but the words of Tanzania Football Federation Technical Director Oscar Mirambo after the cancellation of the friendly match against Kenya, which was to be played this afternoon at the Nyayo National Stadium following the death of Tanzania President John Pombe Magufuli.
Tanzania and Kenya will have to play the upcoming Africa Cup of Nations qualifier matches without playing a second friendly after the game set for this afternoon was cancelled following the death of Tanzania President John Pombe Magufuli.
Tunashukuru kwa namna ambavyo watu wote wa East Africa na dunia walivyokuwa wako concerned na nini ambacho kimetokea kwenye nchi yetu. Kwa vyovyote vile ni jambo kubwa kwa maana ya taifa, and most especially unapokuwa unaongelea head of state. Kwa hiyo ni jambo ambalo limekuja kwenye wakati ambao hakuna mtoto mmoja aliyekuwa anawaza na hakuna mtu mmoja aliyekuwa anatarajia, lakini hakuna kitu kingine ambacho unaweza kukifanya zaidi ya kumwombea Mwenyezi Mungu ampe pumziko la milele. Na kwa sasa jukumu ambalo tuko nalo kama nchi ni kuhakikisha kwamba tunashikamana, tunakuwa wamoja katika aspekti zote, kwa sababu hicho ndicho ambacho siku zote Mheshimiwa hayati Rais Magufuli amekuwa anakitaka kwa wananchi wake, kuwa wamoja. Mambo mengine yote tunapaswa kudiadjust kutokea pale, kwa sababu ni jambo ambalo limekuja kwenye wakati ambao hakuna mtu alikuwa anatarajia kwamba linaweza kutokea.
The Tanzanian national team was in a sad state at their hotel in Nairobi, mourning the death of their country's leader, but said they will do their best to continue his legacy, a song he sang day in, day out.
Kwa vyovyote vile ambavyo ipo rais kama angekuwepo, matamanio yake kwake ni kuona sisi kama nchi tunapiga hatua, sisi kama nchi tunakuwa ni wawakilishi wazuri. So we should leave that legacy ambayo yeye mara zote ndio umekuwa wimbo wa kwake, kwamba ni lazima tuwe tunaweza kufanya vizuri katika activities zote ambazo tunazifanya and setting new standards, kwa sababu hakuna namna nyingine tunaweza tukakuwa if at all we are not meeting the new heights. Kwa hiyo pamoja na majonzi makubwa ambayo tuko nayo, ni muda ambao umefika kwamba tunatakiwa kuyaishi matamanio ambayo mkuu wetu wa nchi alikuwa nayo. Kwa kufanya hivyo tutakuwa kwanza tunamwenzi yeye, lakini pia tunaitendea haki nchi, kwa sababu hicho ndicho ambacho mara zote amekuwa anakihitaji kutokea kwetu.
The team is in Nairobi pitching camp ahead of their next two AFCON qualifier matches against Equatorial Guinea and Libya later this month.
Kwa haya mazingira kuna mambo ambayo yanakuwa yako ndani ya control, ambao mnaweza mkaadjust, na mambo mengine yako nje ya control. and most especially fixture ya qualifications is AFCON. Ni jambo ambalo sisi hatuwezi kuliamua kwa maana ya nchi. Tunaweza tu tukaomba kama tunaweza tukawa tuna kitu ambacho tunafikiri tunapaswa kufanya kwenye wakati ambao tuko nao, and then authority ambayo inasimamia mashindano ya Afrika inakuwa kwenye position ya kufanya decision.
They had already played Kenya on Monday, losing 2-1 at the Nyayo National Stadium. Harambee Stars will also play 2 qualifiers this month against Egypt and Togo.
We have come to the tail end of Channel 1 Lunchtime News. Thank you for your company. Messages of condolences to our brothers and sisters in the neighboring Tanzania. And Patrick Defender was saying, fare thee well, Mr. President. Acknowledgements, Mbole Evans, you have been watching from Maseno. And Michael Mwenyenji, you're saying you've been watching from Kapsabet, equally for Alfin Kirui. And Timothy Kijali, you're saying you've been watching from Mandera. Thank you so much for your company. We do appreciate you from wherever you're watching, here in the home country and across the borders. My name is Irene Mchuma Odem. On sign language interpretation, we've been having Lensa Odingo. For more news on just aired items and many more, do log on to www.kbc.co.ke. Good afternoon.
Vera Beauty College. Vera Beauty and Fashion College, with branches in Nairobi, Eldoret, Thika, and Meru. Did you know that we are a TVET approved institution? We offer courses in fashion design, interior design in soft furnishing, event decoration, flower arrangement, event planning, hairdressing, barbering and dreadlocks, beauty therapy, makeup, nail technology, spa massages, teaching skills, TOT, solo business management, and many more. Register now and visit our website on www.verabeautycollege.com. You can also call on 0725 923 550 Nairobi branch, 0728 087 689 Eldoret branch, 0722 22 7428 Thika branch, 0725 000 706 Meru branch. Vera Beauty and Fashion College, a TVET approved institution.
There is a village filled with mysterious creatures who have lived happily for hundreds of years. Until today.
Hello, Smurfs. Gargamel! Look, a transport device. Come on. This way.
All together now. My hip.
They're friendly. Do not be fooled by their cuteness. Now it's all out and you know. Gargamel, run! Oh. According to my calculations, we lost them.
Next on.
Tabia za kuudhi ambazo hufanywa pia na baadhi yenu nyinyi wafanyikazi wa nyumbani.
Chau. Hizo ndio tabia zenye unafanyanga hapa kitchen mkiwa peke yako.
Urembo mama. Wanibipu.
Ubipu vipi?
Hivyo na kuinama wanipiga picha.
Kwa nini hizo?
Hivyo ulivyovaa nguo hiyo na wainama hapo wanipiga picha.
Na huo ni ungwana?
Sauti ya Kenya
92.9. Hii ni KBC Radio Taifa.
Kila kitu maishani kina sauti yaleta furaha.
Radio.
Sauti ya elimisha, yahimiza, yatuleta pamoja. Sauti ya Kenya
Radio Taifa.
Hujambo na karibu katika makala ya maisha kutoka BBC, makala yanayokusaidia kuwajibikia afya yako. Mimi naitwa Dayo Yusuf. Kumbuka unaweza pia kupata matangazo haya kupitia mtandao wa kijamii Facebook BBC Swahili, Twitter @BBC Swahili, #maisha. Wiki hii katika maisha tunatupia jicho ugonjwa wa mji wa mimba, tatizo la kiafya linalowakumba wanawake wengi barani Afrika. Gumzo katika kitengo maalum cha Sema Wazi. Hii leo tunafahamishwa zaidi juu ya lishe bora na afya. Na kijana aliyepoteza uwezo wa kuona aelezea jinsi alivyojikakamua kuishi maisha ya kawaida. Wataalamu wa afya wanasema kwamba wanawake wengi barani Afrika wanaishi na ugonjwa wa mji wa mimba maarufu kama fibroids. Na kuwepo taarifa finyu juu ya ugonjwa huu ikiwemo namna ya kupata tiba imewafanya wanawake wengi kuishi bila msaada wowote, hali ambayo imewaathiri afya na maisha yao. Ngendo Angela anaarifu zaidi.
Alipofikia umri wa kubalehe, Jean Tiak alianza kukabiliwa na changamoto zinazowapata baadhi ya wanawake wanapofikia awamu hii ya maisha. Hii ni pamoja na maumivu makali wakati wa hedhi pamoja na kuvuja damu nyingi. Ni hali ambayo inawafanya wanawake wengi wajitenge kwa hofu ya unyanyapaa. Alipoamua kutafuta msaada wa matibabu, daktari alimpa taarifa ambazo hakutarajia, kwamba alikuwa na ugonjwa wa mji wa mimba au fibroids.
Nilipofika umri wa kubalehe na kuanza hedhi, nilipatwa na maumivu makali, kutokwa na damu nyingi. Sikuelewa kilichokuwa kikiendelea na maisha yangu. Ni hali ambayo iliathiri masomo yangu. Nilishindwa kuhudhuria vipindi vyote. Hata wakati ninapokuwa pale nyumbani, licha ya kujieleza kwamba nilikuwa nahisi uchungu sana, nilishauriwa kwamba hii ilikuwa kawaida wakati mwanamke anapokuwa katika hedhi.
Baadhi ya dalili ni pamoja na kutokwa na damu nyingi kupita kiasi wakati mwanamke anapokuwa katika hedhi. Hii inaweza kutishia maisha ya mwanamke. Wakati msichana au mwanamke anatokwa na damu nyingi, hii pia inaathiri viungo mwilini. Kwa mfano, mwanamke ataanza kwenda haja ndogo kila mara. Hii ni kwa sababu ile damu nyingi mara nyingine inaanza kubana kibofu cha mkojo.
Dr. Ngozi Obi ni daktari bingwa wa afya ya uzazi mjini Lagos, Nigeria. Aliwahi pia kutibiwa dhidi ya fibroids. Taasisi ya kitaifa ya biotechnology nchini Marekani inasema 80% ya wanawake weusi wanapata ugonjwa wa mji wa mimba au fibroids katika maisha yao. Aidha, wanawake weusi wako katika hatari ya kupata fibroids katika ujana wao. Nana Konama ni mwanaharakati anayehamasisha jamii kuhusu ugonjwa wa fibroids nchini Ghana. Aliwahi kuugua ugonjwa huu na kumsababishia mimba kutoka.
Nilifadhaika sana, nikaanza kujichukia kama mwanamke. Nikahoji, mbona mwili wangu unanipa kero? Binafsi mimi huwa makini sana na afya na mtindo wa maisha yangu. Hali ile ilinifanya karibu kukata tamaa ya maisha.
Ugonjwa wa mji wa mimba ni aina ya uvimbe usio wa saratani unaotokea kwenye nyungu ya uzazi. Jane Agiako Gohoho pia aliugua ugonjwa huu na kupona baada ya kutafuta matibabu.
Mara ya kwanza nilipomtembelea daktari wa afya uzazi, alinishauri lazima nifanyiwe upasuaji. Nilihofia sana na sikutaka aina hii ya matibabu. Nilitaka kujua iwapo kulikuwa na tiba mbadala na sio upasuaji. Daktari hakunipa ushauri mwingine ila tu kuridhia upasuaji.
Nadhani hakuna ufahamu wa kutosha kuhusu tatizo hili la kiafya. Pengine kwa sababu hakuna ufadhili kuimarisha utafiti wa kina juu ya fibroids. Tatizo sio wanasayansi, lakini mfumo mzima wa afya. Ni muhimu kwa bara Afrika kuimarisha mfumo wake wa afya.
Aina ya tiba inayotolewa sana dhidi ya ugonjwa wa mji wa mimba au fibroids ni upasuaji. Upasuaji huu unaweza kuhusisha kuondolewa kabisa kwa nyungu ya uzazi au kwa kimombo hysterectomy. Upasuaji mwingine unahusisha kuondoa ule uvimbe wa fibroids kutoka kwa nyungu ya uzazi. Inajulikana kwa kimombo kama myomectomy. Licha ya kuwepo na matibabu barani Afrika dhidi ya ugonjwa wa fibroids, gharama za juu za matibabu haya zimekuwa kikwazo kikubwa kwa wanawake wanaougua ugonjwa huu kupata tiba. Wengi wamelazimika kutafuta tiba mbadala.
Tiba inapatikana. Mgonjwa anaweza kufanyiwa upasuaji au teknolojia ya kutumia mpira kuondoa uvimbe wa fibroids au laparoscopic. Mwanamke anaweza kufanyiwa upasuaji wa kuondoa nyungu ya uzazi. Upasuaji mwingine ni ule wa kuondoa tu zile fibroids zilizo kwenye ukuta wa nyungu ya uzazi. Kuna baadhi ya wagonjwa wanaotafuta tiba mbadala kama mitishamba. Wakati mwingi wagonjwa hawa wanaofia kufanyiwa upasuaji. Wanawaza huenda wakapoteza maisha wakati wa upasuaji. Lakini hii sio kweli. Upasuaji huu ni salama. Tiba za kiasili hazileti nafuu kwa mgonjwa wa fibroids.
Mwanaharakati Nana Konama aliamua kufanyiwa upasuaji na kuondolewa fibroids. Tiba hii ama kweli ilifanikisha ndoto yake ya kuwa mzazi. Naye Bi Jane Gohoho pia anatabasamu ya kuwa mzazi. Afueni hii ikija baada ya kufanyiwa upasuaji. Afya na maisha yake zimeimarika na kumletea furaha tele.
Kwa sasa hebu tuangazie mada iliyotawala mijadala mingi hasa mitandaoni, lishe bora. Na wengi wamekuwa wakihoji ni ipi lishe bora zaidi hasa kwa mtu anayetaka kupunguza uzito. Basi kufahamu mbivu na mbichi, hii hapa makala ya Sema Wazi.
Mama, ningependa kuuliza, kati ya sukari, chumvi na mafuta, ni kipi kinayumbisha lishe bora?
Hakuna chakula ambayo ni mbaya kwa afya yetu. Shida ni vile tunaitumia. Sukari ni nzuri sababu inatusaidia kuongeza nguvu kwa mwili. Chumvi iko na iodine na sodium, na pia mafuta inahitajika ili iweze kutupatia joto kwa mwili. Ukitaka kutumia chumvi vizuri, angalia unapoiongeza kwa chakula unatumia tu kijiko kubwa kwa hiyo chakula yenye unakula siku mzima, usizidi hapo. Na pia unapotumia sukari unahitaji tu vijiko 5 kwa siku, na unazitumia kwa siku yote, sio mara moja. Shida ni kwamba tunachukua vyakula ambavyo viko na hii chumvi mingi na tunakula kwa wakati moja ama kikao kimoja. Na mafuta pia tunaweka mingi sana kwa chakula tunapopika. Tukikula vibaya ndivyo hii chakula inaanza kutudhuru.
Ni sawa kuepukana na chakula cha wanga? Kinaongeza uzito?
Huwezi epukana na chakula cha wanga sababu ndizo zinakupatia nguvu na ndizo zinakusaidia ili uweze kutumia zile vyakula zingine umekula. Kitu pia unahitaji kufanya ni kupima, kukula kulingana na vipimo. Tuseme unakula ugali, hii kipimo ukikula 2 za hii itakutosha kama wewe mwanangu si mtu mkubwa. Lakini ukiwa unafanya kazi nyingi utahitaji kama 3. Kwa hivyo vipimo ndio itakusaidia. Na unapochagua hiyo chakula yenye wanga, ile ambayo iko na kala zaidi ndio iko na viungo mingi na vitamin ndani yake ama virutubishi. Kwa hivyo unapoichagua ile iko white, huwa haina hiyo sana, na inahitaji uwe unahakikisha unaongezea matunda na mboga ili uweze kupata hizo virutubishi.
Basi ni lishe gani mwafaka kwa mtu ambaye anajaribu kupunguza mafuta na uzito?
Ukitaka kupunguza mafuta na uzito, utaepuka na mafuta mingi, lakini uhakikishe kwamba unapima chakula chako. Vile nilisema, hii unakula kama 2 utapunguza ukule moja, na unapoanza kupunguza unaenda polepole ili uweze kuzoea. Na pia hakikisha kwamba una balance kati ya chakula yenye unakula na ile mazoezi unafanya, usije ukawa unakula na hakuna mazoezi.
Tufafanulie, ni mtindo upi bora? Kufunga kula matunda pekee au cleansing?
Kufunga kukula na kula matunda peke yake ni vitu mbili tofauti. Unapofunga kukula inamaanisha kwamba unaacha kukula chakula kawaida, unaishi ukikunywa tu kama maji, na hiyo ni kawaida hata kwa wale ambao wanaamini mambo ya fasting. Lakini huwezi fanya hiyo kwa muda mrefu sana, sababu utadhuru mwili na unaweza pata malnutrition. Unapo kula matunda, hiyo tunaita cleansing. Pia tunasema uikule kila wakati, sio kwamba utaikula wakati fulani alafu uache kuikula. Cleansing inahitajika kila wakati, na cleansing hufanyika unapokunywa maji kulingana na vile inatakikana, na pia kufanya mazoezi ili uweze kutoa ile uchafu ambayo iko kwa mwili.
Tuzungumzie kuhusu lishe inayofaa. Ni ipi lishe salama na ni ipi inayodhuru afya?
Hakuna lishe ambayo inadhuru afya kwa sababu chakula chote ni sawa. Vipimo ndio ya muhimu, na pia vile mwili yako inatumia hiyo chakula umeikula kwa kufanya mazoezi. Hiyo ndio kitu ya muhimu ili uweze kubalance na chakula iweze kukusaidia kujenga mwili. Na wakati uko mgonjwa, kuna vyakula ambavyo tunajua zinaweza kutusaidia tuweze kupigana na hii magonjwa. Vyakula sana sana zile ziko na kama machungwa, na zile ambazo ziko bitter kama herbs na matawi ya miti ambayo tunajua kwa kiasili inatumika na inaweza kuwa ndio inatusaidia tupigane na magonjwa. Kwa hivyo hakuna chakula ambayo ni mbaya.
Tupumue kidogo, tukirejea tutamwangazia kijana aliyejikakamua kuishi maisha ya kawaida licha ya kupoteza uwezo wa kuona. Ni makala ya maisha. Karibu tena katika Maisha kutoka BBC, makala yanayokusaidia kuwajibikia afya yako. Mimi ni Dayo Yusuf.
Huku ugonjwa wa korona ukiendelea kusambaa Afrika, ndivyo pia taarifa zisizo za kweli zimesambaa kuhusu janga hili la kiafya. Uvumi umetanda kuhusu tiba ya korona ambayo hadi sasa haijapatikana. Abubakar Famau anahoji baadhi ya taarifa hizo.
Katika miezi ya hivi karibuni kumekuwa na taarifa zinazodai kuwepo kwa tiba asili ambayo inadaiwa kutibu COVID-19. Tuanze na mchanganyiko huu wa tangawizi na malimao. Katika kipindi hiki, malimao yamejipatia umaarufu wa hali ya juu kwa madai kwamba yanaweza kutibu au hata kumkinga mtu na COVID-19. Mchanganyiko huu ni pamoja na malimao na tangawizi pamoja na vitunguu saumu kwa lengo la kuongeza kinga ya mwili. Lakini je, hii ina ukweli wowote?
Hiyo dawa ya kuchukua kitunguu sumu na ndimu na hizo vitu zinginevyo sio dawa ya korona.
Msisitizo hivi sasa umewekwa zaidi kwa watu kunywa chai ya rangi ambayo imechanganywa na viungo mbalimbali kama vile tangawizi au hata malimao. Jamii imejenga imani kwamba chai ya rangi inatibu korona au hata kuwa na kinga ya COVID-19. Je, kuna ushahidi wowote wa kisayansi unaoashiria kuwa chai ya rangi ni tiba?
Same thing. Hizo vitu zote tunasikia wanasema COVID organic. Hizo vitu zote, ile tunataka kuambia wananchi, hiyo vitu yote sio dawa ya korona tafadhali.
Kujifukiza au kupiga nyungu kunaweza kutibu korona? Picha za video zimekuwa zikisambaa mitandaoni na kuonyesha watu wakijifukiza kwa madai kwamba njia hiyo ni mujarab kwa kutibu korona. Ni njia maarufu ya kupambana na hali ya baridi mwilini. Lakini je, inatibu COVID-19?
Steaming ni imetumika mara mingi kutoa what do I call it, kutoa secretions from the chest, na inatoa secretions zingine mtu akiwa na homa, na ni homa ya tofauti, lakini vile utafiti imefanywa mpaka saa hii, hiyo haijulikani. Hiyo tena sio madawa ya kutumia ukiwa na corona. Corona lazima upimwe, tujue kama uko na corona ama hauna corona. Na kama uko na corona tutakwambia uende isolation, na kama uko mgonjwa tutakuweka hospitali, tukutibu ukiwa hospitali, lazima upone ndio tukuache urudi nyumbani.
Julius Mburu alipozaliwa hakuwa na tatizo lolote la kiafya. Hata hivyo, kufika utu uzima alipoteza uwezo wa kuona, tatizo linalojulikana kwa kimombo kama maculopathy. Hata hivyo, Julius hakukata tamaa, na tumekutana naye kuangalia maisha yake alivyo kwa sasa.
Niliamka nikajipata kwa giza, nikafikiria bado ni kitu saa 10, saa 11, but ikafika saa 5 hivi nilikuwa nafaa kwenda shule. Kwa hivyo mimi nilifikiria niko kwa giza, nilifikiria maybe ni asubuhi sana, so nilirudi kulala. So ile saa 5 saa 6 hapo hivyo mamangu akaingia. Kwa hivyo venye aliingia alinipata ndio najaribu kuamka, na najaribu kutoka kwa room, ligonga ukuta pap, then nikamwambia sioni. By the sioni, as in hata sikumwambia ati sijui words mingi, but sijaiona mamangu akilia hivyo. Sijaisikia mamangu akilia na uchungu kama huo. Na hapo ndo nilikuja sasa, nilikuja kugundua kabisa yenyewe ni kweli, sasa sioni.
Tafakari hili, unaamka siku moja asubuhi na hauna uwezo wa kuona. Je, hili litakuzuia kutimiza ndoto zako? Niko katika jiji la Nairobi kukutana na Julius ambaye kando na kutokuwa na uwezo wa kuona, ameweza kutimiza mambo mengi tu maishani. Julius alianza kupoteza uwezo wa kuona akiwa na miaka 10. Changamoto kubwa ilikuwa kukubali hali hiyo.
Nilikuwa najilaumu sana, but naweza sema mimi kumfanya kuwe sawa na hii hali yote ya mimi kuwa na huu ulemavu, ni mimi kujitikia na kujikubali, na ilifika mahali tu nikamwambia mama niko sawa. Na hapo ndo niliweza kumtoa kwa hizo pingu za kujilaumu na kujaribu kufikiria sana kuhusu kama singe chukulia kwa mzaha, then hatungekuwa hapa. Kwa hivyo ilikuwa ni safari, na tumepitia hiyo safari na yeye. Hata venye macho ilianza kurudi, tulianza kufurahishwa na vitu ndogo tu, na notice kitu ndogo kama kala ama najaribu kuangalia TV, na nikiona kitu ndogo tunafurahia pamoja. Na hivyo ndo nasema, hivyo ndo nimefanya hata marafiki wangu na familia na jamii kwa ukubwa iweze kunichukulia kwa vile nilivyo.
Kama tu mtoto mwingine, Julius alikuwa na ndoto ambayo kando na ulemavu wake aliweza kuifanyia kazi.
Unakumbuka picha yangu ya mwisho kuchora ilikuwa ya gari fulani lilikuwa limekuja Kenya hiyo miaka ya 90. Pondo niliweza kutaka kujua zaidi kuhusu magari, kwa sababu mimi ni kijana na vijana tunapenda magari kutoka kwa tukiwa watoto wadogo kuendesha. Hata nakumbuka dhagabu kubwa nilipata venye nilipoteza macho ilikuwa sitaiendesha gari tena, lakini nilikuja nikaanza kujifunza kujaribu kumaliza zile vikwazo nilikuwa nazo, ama nilikuwa nimejiwekea mimi mwenyewe, kwa the fact that nilikuwa nafikiria sasa because sioni siwezi fanya hiki na hiki.
Julius alipenda magari sana, na katika miaka iliyofuata baada ya kupoteza uwezo wa kuona, uhusiano wake na magari ulinawiri na akaanza kufunza watu kuhusu magari.
Magari venye nilipoteza macho nikasema hata nikiwa nimepoteza macho nikiweza kuonyesha watu vile na appreciate naonyesha watu kwa kuguza, naweza jua gari fulani because nilikuwa nimeona magari before, na gari huwa hazichange vile, like Mercedes ukiangalia kutoka kitambo haija change kwa ukubwa, ni maybe lines kidogo kwa upande ama mataa ama maybe hapo mbele kwa hizi grill ina change tu kidogo tu, lakini the basics ukianza kupata, ukijua, nilianza ile foundation ya kupenda magari, kwa hivyo nilikuwa najua gari fulani inakaa hivi na iko na features kama hizi. Kwa hivyo nikianza kuguza gari tu najua, na nikisikiza engine naanza kumaster engine. Hata naweza kuambia gari mzito 4x4 naweza kuambia tofauti ya 4x4 na tofauti ya gari ndogo, ama lori, hata gari sasa manual ikipita kwa barabara zenye una have to change gear, naweza kuambia iko kwa gear namba gani, kwa sababu gears hizi za kwanza ni nzito. Gear namba 1 na namba 2 gear ya pili ni nzito kuliko ukianza kufika namba 3, namba 4 inaanza kupoteza ile uzito juu gari imeanza kuwa nyepesi kwenye barabara.
I'm taking out all traces of proper English. Punctuations only being used to give feeling.
Kando na magari, anafanya ushairi, sanaa ambayo anatumia kukumbana na msongo wa mawazo.
Mapenzi yangu ya shairi yalianza nikiwa tu mdogo. Nilikuwa napenda hip hop, nilikuwa napenda hiyo culture, kuweza kuchukua words na kuziweka na ukuje ikae ni kama art. Kwa hivyo nilianza kupenda hip hop, then nikaanza kufoka pia nikaanza kucheza hip hop kidogo, lakini vile nilianza kukariri mashairi nikiwa kwenye shule, niliweza kuona niko na uhuru wa kuchukua mawazo na kuyaweka na kuweza kuonyesha watu kenye najaribu kueleza, ama itaniondolea mawazo nilionayo, kwa sababu ukishaweka chini and then upitie and then ujaribu kukariri ama kuisema, unajaribu kutoa hayo mawazo nje, na hivyo ndio najiweka kwenye environment yenye najaribu kufikiria kuhusu situation nayopitia na vile ambavyo ndaweza kuondoka kwenye hawa masongamano ya mawazo, na hiyo kitu yote iweze kunitoka. Kwa hivyo shairi imekuwa ni kama therapy kwangu.
Kuelewa ni hali gani hasa Julius anakabiliana nayo, nilimtembelea daktari wa macho.
So with Julius it was gradual.
Kisa cha Julius kilianza polepole na ndipo alitujulisha na kuanza kliniki hapa. Nilianza kumfuatilia tangu alipokuwa shule ya upili. Anakabiliwa na tatizo linalojulikana kama retinitis pigmentosa. Ni ugonjwa unaoathiri uwezo wa kuona kwa upana unaozunguka bila kugeuza shingo. Unakuathiri polepole sana bila kujua. Na wengi wetu huwa hatuelewi umuhimu huo wa kuona mzunguko wako. Kwa hiyo unaathirika polepole, ukigutuka huwezi hata kuwaona wenzako walio karibu nawe, unalazimika kugeuza shingo.
Kulingana na shirika la afya duniani, watu zaidi ya bilioni 1 wana ulemavu fulani wa kutoona, na kama wangepata matibabu mapema, huenda wangeepuka ulemavu. Hali ya Julius haina tiba, na kando na hiyo ni hali ambayo mtu anarithi kutoka kizazi kimoja hadi kingine.
Retinitis pigmentosa ni ugonjwa ambao unaorithiwa, lakini sio lazima ujitokeze katika vizazi vyote. Mara huenda ukatokea katika kizazi kimoja, usionekane tena katika vizazi viwili vitakavyofuata. Mara nyingi tutaona ukitokea katika jamii zinazoruhusu ndoa za watu wa ukoo mmoja, kwa sababu inakuwa rahisi kupitisha vinasaba katika damu, lakini sio lazima kuwa itafanyika.
Je, unaweza kutambua hali hii mapema?
There are 4 main things that children with retinitis pigmentosa will complain about.
Kuna dalili 4 ambazo watoto wanapata. Mwanzo, watalalamika kutoweza kuona vyema usiku. Dalili ya pili ni kuanza kugongana na vitu, kwa sababu punde uwezo wa kuona unapofifia, wanaanza kuona kupitia nafasi nyembamba.
Eventually get what we call tunnel vision, and they will start to bump into objects, or they will complain that they can't see things to the side.
Kitu cha tatu kuathirika ni uwezo wa kuona mbali. Utawaona mara nyingine wanafunzi wanasongea karibu zaidi na ubao au na mwalimu, au wanalazimika kuazimu vitabu vya wenzao ili wanakili wanachoandika. Pengine utamwona mtoto anakaribia zaidi televisheni, Baada ya kupoteza uwezo wa kuona mbali, sasa watashindwa pia kusoma vitabu kwa karibu. Na huo ndio mtiririko wa athari zinazotokea.
The sequential sort of signs or deterioration of vision. Most important is that we try.
Muhimu zaidi ni kutoweza kugundua dalili hizi mapema sana katika maisha ili tuweze kuwasaidia. Tuweze kuwapa vifaa muhimu vitakavyowawezesha kuendelea na masomo yao vyema na kushindana na wanafunzi wenzao kwa usawa.
To be able to go through school and perform and compete with the rest of their peers.
Kwa sasa Julius anafurahia maisha kwa kufanya vitu anavyopenda, huku akipea wengi kama yeye matumaini kwamba unaweza kuishi maisha mazuri hata na ulemavu.
Kwa mengi zaidi tembelea mtandao wetu wa bbcswahili.com. Ni hayo tu tuliokuandalia wiki hii katika makala ya maisha kutoka BBC. Kumbuka unaweza kupata matangazo haya pia kupitia Facebook yetu BBC Swahili, Twitter @BBC Swahili, #maisha. Mimi ni Dayo Yusuf, hadi wiki ijayo, kwa heri.
Fanya hivi, wewe teremuka tu chini. Hata watu wanangojea, unasema unione. Si ninakuona ndio huyu kucha. Kucha ninakuona. Nimekuita mara ngapi Kate? This is the Nissan Note.
Hii ndio motoka.
Not that this is the Nissan Note we are giving out.
Na ni rahisi sana kuwekelea bid. Unaenda kwenye lipa na M-Pesa. Unaweka paybill number 4032353. Kisha unakelea account number ya Nissan Note ni Note, N-O-T-E. Namba ambayo unapenda, labda unapenda 100, labda unapenda 200. Wekelea Note 100, Note 200. Alafu tutakuitisha shilingi 40 peke yake, 40 bob only. Weka pin yako, utakuwa umekelea bid ya hii Nissan Note. Inakungoja wewe mahali popote ulipo. Mimi na mtumishi tutakupea.
Good afternoon. Welcome to today's proceedings of the National Assembly. This is a special sitting courtesy of a Gazette notice issued by the Speaker of the Senate of the National Assembly, I beg your pardon, Honorable Justin Muturi. My name is Edward Kabasa. We'll take a look at the order of business this afternoon, but before that, the members of the National Assembly did sit in the morning where the Division of Revenue Bill, National Assembly Bill number 7 of 2021, was in the order of business. This is courtesy of the Budget and Appropriations Committee, which is chaired by the Honourable Member for Kieni Constituency, Honourable Kanini Kega. And this bill was being debated for the second reading. And this afternoon, the members will be sitting in the Committee of the Whole House to debate the bill, the Division of Revenue Bill, National Assembly Bill number 7 of 2021. Of course, this is an important bill, considering the fact that it is a money bill, and